Well, good afternoon to you and welcome to the live proceedings of the National Assembly this afternoon on the second day of October. The year is 2025. A broadcast brought to you courtesy of the partnership between the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation and the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. In the highlights in the order of business this afternoon are two bills lined up for consideration under the Committee of the Whole. And our dear members, viewers, remember that the Committee of the Whole is a situation where the National Assembly or the whole chamber converts itself into a committee to consider a business, mostly bills, before the House. The bills lined up for consideration under the Committee of the Whole are the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 15 of the year 2025 by the leader of the majority party, the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 3, National Assembly Bills number 4, number 34 rather, of the year 2025 by Honorable Peter Kaluma on behalf of the House General Legislative Caucus. So this afternoon, members of the National Assembly will be considering various amendments proposed in the Virtual Asset Service Providers and the Kenya Roads Amendment Bill number 3, Bill number 34 of the year 2025. The consideration of the seventh report on the examination of the financial statements of select corporations, these being state corporations, is coming up for consideration this afternoon. The National Assembly will be debating the seventh report of the Public Investment Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture following the committee's examination of the financial statements of about 4 corporations, these being state corporations. Among them is the National Syndemic Disease Control Council, formerly known as National AIDS Control Council. These are financial statements for the financial year 2017-2018 all the way to 2023 and 2024 financial year. The National Social Security Fund, the National Cancer Institute of Kenya, and the Child Welfare Society of Kenya. These are some of the state corporations that appeared before the Committee on Public Investment on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture to answer to audit queries following reports from the Office of the Auditor General in regards to how the 4 state corporations had used monies allocated to them. On your screens, you can see the Sergeant-at-Arms carrying the mace already in the chamber this afternoon. Honorable Martha Wangari, a member of the Speaker's panel, will be presiding over the business of the National Assembly this afternoon. Allow me to hand you over for this live broadcast, and remember, you can watch it courtesy of our YouTube channels. Enjoy your viewing.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we shall treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Sergeant-at-Arms, ring the bell for 10 minutes.
The business of the National Assembly is currently on, presided over by Honorable Martha Wangari, the Honorable Member for Gilgil constituency, who also serves as a member of the Speaker's panel. And upon the commencement of business this afternoon, we have a quorum hitch. And due to that fact, the House has the sergeant-at-arms ringing the quorum bell as per the provisions of Standing Orders number 34 that guide the House in regards to matters quorum. And as we await for that quorum to be attained, and if there will be further directives from the Speaker, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, a bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 12 of the year 2024 by the leader of the majority party, is coming up for debate. This bill is currently at the second reading, where members ventilate on the bill. In terms of debate, they will be debating the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill and the amendments proposed to the existing Act on Intergovernmental Relations, the consideration of sessional paper number 5 of the year 2025 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework is a motion lined up for debate this afternoon, and the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining, on behalf of his committee, will be seeking to have the National Assembly adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining following the committee's consideration of sessional paper number 5 of the year 2024. This consideration is in regards to the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. The committee, after the consideration of the matter, laid its report on the table of the National Assembly on the 30th day of September, the year being 2025. And the committee will be seeking to have the National Assembly approve the sessional paper number 5 of the year 2024. Let's now have a look at other business before the House this afternoon. And among them is the request for statements that will be coming from different members of the National Assembly this afternoon, as well as a petition there will be a petition that will be communicated by the Speaker of the House in regards to the petitions that has found themselves before his office. The petition in question in this particular juncture will be the enactment of a legislation to regulate the proliferation of theological colleges in the country. This is a petition on behalf of the chairperson of the Association of Pentecostal Vocational Training Institutions of Kenya, Reverend Josiah Njiru. And after that petition is read before the members, the Committee on Public Petitions will be proceeding to consider the petition. Remember, for the better part of last afternoon during the House business, the Speaker called upon the Committee on Public Petitions to dispense with petitions before it. On Standing Orders number 44, subsection 2C, a number of members of Parliament will be requesting for statements. Honorable John Kagushia, the Honorable Member for Mukurweini, will be seeking answers on the death of Mr. Simon Warui, who died in police custody in Central Police Station in Mombasa County, and his statement will be handled by
the business of the day.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Order, members. Member for Kieni. Order. Order. You freeze where you are, honorable member. Member for, yes, Webuye, honorable Wanyama. Honorable members, I have a communication on the recognition of a delegation from the County Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet. Honorable members, I wish to introduce to you a delegation from the County Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery. The delegation comprises 6 members from the Elgeyo Marakwet County Assembly, Select Committee on Members' Welfare, Catering, and Library Services. They are, number 1, the Honorable Tabitha Kimoning, Chairperson, the Honorable Evelyn Kipto, Vice Chairperson, the Honorable Benjamin Cheptioni, Member, the Honorable Stella Jeruto, Member, the Honorable Matthew Cheriot, Member, and the Honorable Davis Biwot, Member. Honorable members, the delegation is accompanied by 6 members of staff. Are on a visit to benchmark with the National Assembly, Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library Committee to learn, share experiences, best practices and challenges in executing their mandates. Honorable members, on my own behalf and that of the National Assembly, I welcome them to the Parliament and to wish them fruitful engagements. I thank you. Honorable members, let us welcome the members as have been introduced in the gallery. I will indulge the member for Marakwet West. You are even getting help from CPA, Honorable Ruto, to lift your hand, but you've already caught my attention. Timothy, you have 2 minutes maximum.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to welcome the delegation from the County Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet as they visit this Parliament so that they can pick the best practices from this legislature. Honorable Speaker, prior to coming to this Parliament, I worked in the County Assembly of Elgeyo Marakwet as a legal counsel from the year 2013 to the year 2022, where I resigned and sought election by the people, from the people of Marakwet West to be elected as their member of Parliament. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I have a lot of attachment to the aforesaid County Assembly, and this morning we hosted them before the Committee on Broadcasting and Library, where they got the best practices from this legislature, which is the best legislature in south of Sahara and north of Limpopo. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I also want to confirm, I saw you during lunch hour. I don't know whether you're doing inspection or buying them lunch. But honorable members, allow me to just welcome them to the House and to watch the proceedings of this House. Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions.
Honorable members, we have a petition from Honorable Makali Mulu. Order. Honorable members, allow me to convey this public petition, number 15 of 2025, regarding the enactment of a legislation to regulate proliferation of theological colleges in the country. Honorable members, Article 119 of the Constitution accords any person the right to petition Parliament to consider any matter within its authority. Further, Standing Order 2252B requires the Speaker to report to the House any petition other than those presented by a member. Honorable members, in this regard, I wish to report to the House that my office has received a petition from the Reverend Josiah Njiro wa Joshua, Chairman of the Association of Pentecostal Vocational Training Institutions of Kenya, APVOTIK, an association registered under the Societies Act and with over 200 Bible colleges across Kenya. The petition acknowledges that although Article 8 of the Constitution provides that there shall be no state religion in Kenya, meaning Kenya is a secular state, Article 32 guarantees the freedom of conscience, religion, thought, belief, and opinion. The petitioner notes that in recent years, there have been a proliferation of theological colleges, Bible schools, and online ministry training platforms, especially those affiliated to Pentecostal, charismatic, and indigenous movements, many of which operate without an episcopal order. While this growth has enhanced access to theological education, it has also led to challenges inter alia, absence of a substandardized curriculum, questionable accreditation of some institutions, emergence of diploma mills in quotes, and unverified degrees, doctrinal confusion, and pastoral unpreparedness, and disparities in ministerial competence across denominations. Honorable members, the petitioner is concerned that the lack of a recognized regulatory framework tailored to theological education has implications for credibility, quality assurance, and the integrity of ministry within the church community. Existing statutes, such as the TVET Act, the Universities Act, and the Kenya National Qualifications Framework Act, primarily address secular education and do not cater for the unique character of sacred and spiritual training. The petitioner prays that the House considers enacting a law to allow the Pentecostal and evangelical religious sector to establish a self-regulatory authority to manage theological education. Such an authority will accredit theological institutions and programs, recognize prior learning, RPL, protecting those already serving in ministry, and preserving doctrinal integrity among its following. Honorable members, the petitioner therefore prays that the National Assembly considers enacting a legislation expressly providing for regulation of theological training and education within the Pentecostal, charismatic, and indigenous church community, standardization of curricula, accreditation of spirit-filled, biblically faithful, and academically sound institutions, accountability and integrity in ministering training, facilitation of contextual theological research, regional and global networking for academic and ministerial excellence. Honorable members, having established that this matter raised in the petition is well within the authority of this House, and further that the matters raised in this petition are not pending before any court of law, constitutional or legal body, I hereby commit the petition to the Public Petitions Committee for consideration pursuant to Standing Order 208A. The committee is required to consider the petition and report its findings to the House and to the petitioner in accordance with the Standing Order 2272. I thank you. Member for Funyula.
Thank you. That's the beauty of our new constitution, that any member of the public can petition Parliament on any matters falling under the sun. Honorable Speaker, the petition raises very pertinent issues, and many of us who are here who have listened to the petition, we are at least, to the very least, baffled that such a petition, such a prayer can be presented in the Parliament. For a start, Honorable Speaker, the religious community has been against any form of regulation for very good reason, because they want to be allowed to express and submit their views and doctrine to their followers unchallenged and without any drawbacks. And now we get baffled if they even want, Honorable Speaker, to regulate how they teach, how they train, how they do whatever they do. It is very interesting, Honorable Speaker. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, the mere fact that you are a Christian, the mere fact that you are ordained and you can stand in the pulpit and preach, there is an assumption that you are well-meaning, you are preaching the word of God. For you again to be taught to how to preach it and get all these things, then probably this exposes the challenges, the malady, and where the problem of this country lies. Honorable Speaker, religion should be a way to the Almighty God, to heaven. Religion should not lead us anywhere. As much as there's that freedom of expression, as much as there's right to petition, I truly believe this petition could end up being a waste of public time and public resources. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I can see there's quite some interest. Maximum of 2 minutes. Member for Sigowet Soin. Quick comments.
Yeah.
Don't debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to join Professor Oundo in saying this is quite strange. It is not something that should have come to this House, but since any citizen of this country is within the constitutional right of bringing anything to Parliament, we accept to look at it. Ordinarily, Madam Speaker, we would expect religious institutions on their own to form their own ethics and to, provide guidance to the people they minister to without the involvement of the National Assembly. However, Madam Speaker, since it has come here, it would be interesting to listen to the petitioner and find out really what makes him think the institution of Parliament should be able to regulate religious teaching in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
If you're intending to speak on this, use the intervention. I want to alert the House that in the Speaker's gallery, we have the petitioners who are listening to these sentiments. And we have, if they are in the gallery, stand up if you're in the gallery. Reverend Josiah Njiro and your team, they are here. So, first of all, honorable members, can you welcome them to the, to the gallery to observe the proceedings? I will give this chance to the member for Emuhaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for the petitioner. This is a petition that ordinarily I find interesting because we have kept away from regulating religion for a reason. And now religious leaders want us to do a syllabus and regulate them. Unfortunately, I have respect for the petitioners who are in the gallery, but I find them possibly looking for a way of becoming a monopoly or an oligopoly of some sort of running colleges. But there's freedom of religion. Remember, Honorable Speaker, theology goes far to deal with eschatology. In eschatology, they now deal with matters death, with matters end of the world, and with matters apocalypse, which sometimes are inspired. So I don't know how Parliament can really make a regulation on eschatology. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Kinangop, keep it short.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I find this a very interesting petition. And over a long time, we have attempted to bring about regulations that would go about to regulate religious organizations and churches. But I find it very interesting, from the prayers of the petitioner that we have a standardized training of the 200 Bible schools that he has mentioned, or theological colleges that is mentioned. I do not see some level of homogeneity in terms of teachings. Every sect, or for that matter, has their own way of interpreting the scriptures. And therefore it becomes mission almost impossible to have regulations that are going to really have a standardized way of having the religious or theological colleges training the same way. I do not want to preempt debate, but I think to some extent is mission impossible.
Thank you. And honorable members, I can see the chair for Public Petitions Committee lifting his hand. And luckily for the petitioners, our chair is one Honorable Eric Mushangi, the only man who is in the House and has evidence that he saved on his head. But honorable member for Runyenjes, you'll be the last one on this. Allow me to indulge members, take notes, so that you can be able to use that as you deal with the petition. Member for Kilgoris.
Madam Speaker, I support this petition to a great extent because the spirit of it, Madam Speaker, and members of Parliament should not run away from this responsibility. The Christian religion is based on a book called the Holy Bible, which has been developed over 2,000 years. And we cannot leave this book to clandestine groups of people who keep forming small colleges and claiming that they have understood a book that we have taken so long to develop over the years. The development of mediocre pastors cannot be allowed. It is not sensitive to our education to let people who are not educated to teach people who are not educated. How can the blind lead the blind? I think we should support this petition, it's really merited.
Honorable Murugara, member for Tharaka. I said
Thank
if
you.
you intend to speak on this, use your intervention.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I too find this petition a bit curious due to the fact that previously there has been an attempt to come to this House to get laws regulating churches. And the churches have been the first ones to voice dissent, to say that churches, religious organizations, faiths must be self-regulating. This is purely because they are not uniform, they are diverse, and as such, we may have difficulties in coming up with what is uniform. Therefore, when it comes to religious teachings, which actually the churches themselves conduct, it will be difficult also to find harmony in trying to put these regulations together. So as they say that they have to regulate themselves, I would be of the view that the religious teachings must also be self-regulating from the churches. However, the petitioners are here. This House is going to listen to them, and we will communicate to them the decision. Thank you.
Member for Central Imenti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to comment on this important motion, this important petition. Madam Speaker, I think the petition is timely. It's timely because this flourishing of different learning institutions of religion, some of them are misplaced. We have a chance, or we had a chance of hearing that there are those people who are misleading others, to lead them to starvation, to lead them to unnecessary debt, to lead them to practice which is not a Christian way, and it's necessary that they shouldn't be regulated. In one way or the other, this parliament and the state itself has failed the Kenyan Republic for failing to regulate these institutions as pertains to religion, because they are unable to regulate themselves. And if they are unable to regulate themselves, it's upon the state to take it as a matter of interest to have these flourishing teaching institutions referred as theological colleges, which some of them have no backing ground at all, to be regulated by the state. It's the duty of the state, because religion and the churches are just societies like any other society, and they require regulations. When we say that we keep away or we keep our hands off of it, we're exposing the society to the unnecessary suffering and to the unnecessary surrounding institutions, colleges, and pastors who are there just to extort money from the public unnecessarily. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I will indulge a few more, but before then, allow me, because I know there is high traffic in the galleries, to recognize the following institutions. Number one, Kithino Farmers Cooperative Society Limited from Imenti South, Meru County. They are in the public gallery. Prestigious Vineyard Academy. When your name is called out, you stand. Prestigious Vineyard Academy from Embakasi East, Nairobi County. Kibini Primary School from Kajiado East constituency, Kajiado County. And Iviani School from Kitui West, Kitui County. And in the speakers gallery, both speakers and public galleries, we have Moi Avenue Primary School from Starehe constituency, Nairobi County. We will exhaust this matter, then I will indulge member for Starehe for 1 minute to help us welcome all our guests as they observe the proceedings of the House. The next chance to the member for Mombasa, Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi niweze kusema makanisa yana uhuru wa kuabudu na kufanya mambo yao Mheshimiwa Spika. Na lakini hata hivyo tumepata wengine wamefanya kanisa ni kama chumo. Tumeangalia kama Shakahola, watu wanauliwa, watu wanakufa kwa sababu ya mambo ya kufunzwa mambo ambayo sio sawa. Licha ya kuwa wana uhuru wa kufanya mambo yao, lakini ni vizuri kuwekwa regulation ambayo itafanya wasikeuke haki za kibinadamu kwa wananchi na waweze kunyooshwa vizuri Mheshimiwa Spika. Hata sisi Waislamu tuna haki zetu, lakini zikija kuingiliwa pia hatuwezi kusikia vizuri, kwa sababu ni haki ambazo zimewekwa na Mwenyezi Mwenyezi Mungu, lakini wale ambao wanaenda extreme, wanafanya mambo ambayo sio sawa, lazima wawe regulated. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Asante sana. Member Honorable Kangogo Bowen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support the petition and congratulate the gentlemen who have brought this petition. Madam Speaker, it is time that we take it up as a house, as a parliament, and to come up with the regulations. Because what we are seeing in Shakahola and other places, we have seen some radicalization, we have seen some cults, Honorable Speaker, in the name of religion. I want to ask my friend, the Honorable Karemba, the chair of the committee, that they should not focus on this petition alone. Let them look in the entire religion or religious institutions so that we don't come with a piecemeal legislation, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, but we come up with a legislation which cuts across the religion regulation in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Matuga.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii fursa. Kwanza niweze kuwapatia pongezi wale ambao wameleta hii petition, kwa sababu dini ni muhimu. Dini sote tunajua Mwenyezi Mungu yupo, lakini endapo itatumika vibaya kama inavyotumika sasa, kiwango cha kuwa watu wanapatiwa mafunzo ambayo sio ya haki. Tulizungumzia Shakahola kipindi kilichopita, saa hizi tuna kwa Benzaro. Tukitoka kwa Benzaro sijui tutaenda wapi, na wote wanasema kwamba ni mafunzo ya kupitia dini. Kwa hivyo ni wakati kwamba tuweze kuweka sheria sio tu za Wakristo ama dini ya Kristo, lakini ziangaliwe dini zote. Kuna wakati mpaka dini yetu ya Kiislamu kuna wengine walikuwa wanatoa mafundisho ambayo hayakuwa mazuri, kwamba watu waweze kuchukua silaha ama waweze kwenda nchi fulani kwa kupigania dini ambayo hiyo haiko katika Qur'an. Kwa hivyo mimi naunga mkono hoja hii na na imani tuko tayari kuweza kurekebisha na kudhibiti dini zetu na imani zetu ili zisilete madhara. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Member for Buri.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In as much as that I agree with the petitioners, we need to be very careful when it comes to the matters of regulating the churches. Madam Speaker, I know historically there have been differences in many denominations, and they all have their own values which they subscribe to, and having the Bible as the basic book of doctrine. Madam Speaker, any attempt to force one curricula for theology teachings, Madam Speaker, I don't think whether it is a viable solution to the doctrinal problems that we are experiencing. Mr. Speaker, I know in the Constitution, Madam Speaker, sorry, I apologize. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the legislation of various churches or ministries, that is where we need to have a policy that certain conditions need to be met. But in terms of regulating how the theology will be taught, I don't think whether that's the best thing that we can do. Because you go to different universities teaching the same subject, but different approaches. So I don't see why we should have one theological curriculum for all the churches. What we need to be very careful is those people who are coming in, there must be conditions as to which must be met by anybody who is registering a ministry or a church. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chief Whip.
Madam Speaker, this is a very sensitive topic and petition per se. Matters religion are very spiritual. And really, it takes a calling for one to even become a pastor, to preach the gospel and everything. We need to be very careful. On the question of curriculum, Madam Speaker, my thinking would be that even as we ventilate on this point, we then need to allow the religious bodies to have their own self-regulation through interdenominational structures, that they come together, they agree that this is the common agreed structure. But to the question of churches, getting regulations and everything, I mean, really, Honorable Speaker, people get dreams at night to go and preach. People get visions. People are called to preach. It's servantship.
you really cannot police servantship. We need to be very careful on that. I mean, you can't police people who are going to preach the gospel and called upon to preach. This is a very sensitive issue, and the state should be very careful. This house should be very careful on how they handle religious leaders, because it is a calling. Otherwise, we will fall trap, Honorable Speaker, to demonic questions. And this is something that we really need to think through. So for me, regulation is okay, but it should be self-regulation through themselves and through their own bodies, but not policing the religious leaders. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member for Tigania West.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a sensitive matter, but a matter that has taken a long time to be brought to the fore. Honorable Speaker, we always shy to the fact that churches need to be regulated, and also the content of the religious institutions need to be regulated. The approach taken, Honorable Speaker, is always based on trust, and trust can be dangerous. Trust is built out of continuous engagement of the mind of the worshippers. And Honorable Speaker, the only place where we have congregations, people who have been called to a meeting, or people volunteer to go to a meeting and listen without questioning, is the church. And Honorable Speaker, this has been misused in the past. In the past, at the introduction of the church, there never used to be individual church or individual entities owned by individuals. Today, those are the driving institutions in this country. There used to be conglomerates of people bringing up a church as an institution with clear guidelines on how the institution is going to intervene in the community. Honorable Speaker, as a result of this deviation, we have had a lot of issues associated with the church. So the teaching of the theology can be the same, but interpretation is what matters. And what people follow is interpretation. We need to look deeper into this issue even as we make a decision. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Member for Lunga Lunga, Honorable Chiforomodo.
Mheshimiwa Spika, asante sana kwa nafasi hii ambayo kama bunge tumepewa fursa, na kabla niendelee niunge mkono hoja hii kwa sababu aliyeleta hoja amependekeza kwamba wakati huu wale ambao wanatoa mafunzo ya dini wawe na mtaala. Lakini ili swala Mheshimiwa Spika ni pana mno. Hata kama tutakuwa tunazungumzia kwamba tuwe na mfumo ambao unaelekezwa kimtaala na sheria, lakini pia tujue ya kwamba masuala haya ya imani ni masuala ambayo yanahitaji tuyachukulie kwa makini sana, kwa sababu kila watu ambao wana imani zao kulingana na dini na pia na lile dhehebu wanahitajika pia waheshimiwe, kwa sababu wana misingi ambayo imejengwa katika hiyo imani na pia katika hiyo dini ambayo wanaienzi. Lakini hata hivyo, kama bunge tuko na nafasi ya kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunaweka sera ambayo itakuwa inaelekeza nchi katika mwelekeo unaofahamika, kwa sababu tumekuwa na matukio ambayo Mheshimiwa Spika ni ya kuogofya na yanachafua jina la dini. Kwa hivyo tuko na nafasi na tunaunga mkono ya kwamba tuwe na mwelekeo na sera kuhusu masomo ya dini ya Kikristo. Asante.
Honorable Ferdinand Kevin Wanyonyi, member for Kwanza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to take this opportunity to say that we must do something, and I want to actually thank the petitioner that at this country, I think we are going the wrong way. Every day, you see somebody waking up because he has nothing to do, he carries a Bible and starts his own religion. And I think, although I say much as we have got the freedom of worship and whatever, I think we need to do something on the regulation of this, because there are too many. Some of them, they just want to make money. In fact, I have a case where a so-called pastor says to come on a Saturday or it was a Sunday, you must have at least 200 shillings with you to come and do the worshiping. Is that what's supposed to be? Well, all I'm saying is that let's regulate these so-called religions so they can be able to move forward, because otherwise we are taking this country in a wrong direction. And therefore, I think the petitioners are right. I think the issue here is not actually stopping anybody, but let's have this regulation on some of these ones. I am myself a serious Catholic follower, but I won't say that everybody must be a Catholic. But I'm telling you, there's a problem in this country. Let's do the regulation.
Honorable Rahim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I do not agree with this petition. Madam Speaker, yes, everybody has a right of worship. And, you know, when those, we are saying mushrooming churches and all that, I myself have done theology in university. And I do not think that we need to, you know, the word of God should go to each and every person. There is no reason that you stop. The only thing I agree with is Honorable Zamzam talking that we do not need the Shakahola types. But let us not condemn the churches, the small churches, because they are having an impact. Madam Speaker, if you go to the UK, churches are being closed and being turned into other things. At least in this country, we have got religion still with us. And if we stop the people preaching, then we will be doing the wrong thing. We'll be doing a disservice. Let the mainstream churches not try to gag the small churches, although sometimes we have even one with one church is a bishop. What's wrong with that? There is nothing wrong with that, Madam Speaker, so I oppose this petition.
We will close with the chair of the Public Petitions Committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is, Madam Speaker, this is truly a very interesting petition. And I am glad to see the excitement and the interest from the members regarding this petition. But I want to agree with the members who have seen that it is important to have a regulation on the matter, on the space of the religion. And I want to disagree with the members that think that this
Honorable Chair, you don't even need to help the Speaker. Public Petitions Chair, you cannot purport to take a position on a petition that you're supposed to preside upon. So, all the members, I do not need assistance. Honorable Member for Runyenjes, you will consider this petition with its merits and bring to this floor a report in the next 60 days.
I oblige, Madam Speaker.
The next 90 days.
I'll do that, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Order, members. Order, members. We have dispensed off with that order. There is nothing further to it. Honorable Member for Starehe, I will indulge you to welcome your students that are still in the public gallery.
They are still there. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to welcome students from Moi Avenue Primary School, a school in Nairobi CBD, here in town, in Starehe constituency. And it is also my pleasure to take this opportunity to welcome all other institutions in Parliament today. And I also take this opportunity to wish all students and all candidates who are going to sit for the exams later this month, I wish them success. Students from Starehe constituency and students from all over the country. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 5, papers.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, October 2nd, 2025. Number 1, the annual report for the financial year 2024-2025 from the National Police Service Commission. 2, audited financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 from the Central Bank of Kenya. And 3, the reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the Local Authorities Provident Fund, the Public Service Superannuation Fund, Retirement Benefits Authority, and Capital Markets Authority. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
We have another set of papers. Chair, members, facilities.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 2nd October 2025. Report of the Select Committee on Member Services and Facility on its inspection visit to constituencies, offices in Siaya, Kisumu, Narok, and Bomet counties.
Do we have a set of papers? No. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Chairperson of the Select Committee on Member Services, you have a notice of motion?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg to give a notice of the following motion that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Member Services and Facilities on the inspection visit to constituency offices in Siaya, Kisumu, Narok, and Bomet counties, laid in the table of the House on Thursday, 2nd October 2025.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Honorable members, we have some statements, requests, and responses. I will indulge the member for Emuhaya to go first.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 44.2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the ongoing verification of the number of students in all schools in the country. Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Education is currently undertaking a nationwide verification exercise to ascertain accurate student enrollment figures across all schools. This initiative aims to address the issue of inflated enrollment data to ensure the proper disbursement of government funds. The audit has identified over 50,000 ghost students in secondary schools alone, as well as anomalies such as classrooms existing only on paper. The ongoing verification is essential for correcting resource allocation, preventing corruption, and enhancing the reliability of education planning data. However, the timing of this exercise during the third term, coinciding with Form 4 students and those in grade 9 and 6 preparing for their national examinations, has led to significant challenges. As a result, many primary and secondary schools are currently without capitation funds. Honorable Speaker, while the verification process is undoubtedly commendable, the broader education sector is currently facing significant challenges. Only 8,000 out of the 15,000 junior schools have been vetted and cleared. Similarly, only 11,000 out of the 24,000 secondary schools have undergone vetting. Despite this, the schools cleared so far continue to await for capitation disbursements. Further, university students remain out of class due to ongoing disruption as a result of the university lecturer strike. This situation demands urgent attention to preserve the stability and effective functioning of our education system. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Education on the following. 1, plans put in place by the Ministry of Education to ensure that all schools receive capitation to facilitate them during the third term, given that the national exams are about to commence. 2, Measures being put in place by the Ministry of Education to ensure smooth operation of schools despite the ongoing verification process by sending a minimum 50% of the capitation to schools. 3, actions being taken by the ministry to uncover the ghost schools that had received funds for both infrastructure capitation and examination purposes. 4, steps being taken to resolve the ongoing university lecturer strike to ensure learning of university students. And finally, the expected time frame for concluding the verification to enable schools to resume normal operations. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, the chair for Education Committee, this is not a new issue. Remember, I raised it last week. Vice Chair, bring the response next week on Wednesday. It is an urgent matter. Next week, Wednesday.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we will do.
Honorable member for, I will indulge honorable member for Mukurweini. We go to the honorable member for Moyale, Professor Guyo Jaldesa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I raised request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding police harassment and restrictions on small-scale mining activities in Moyale constituency. Madam Speaker, Moyale constituency is abundantly endowed with vast natural resources, including significant deposits of gold and chromite. Regrettably, these resources have not translated into tangible benefits for the local communities. Instead, our people continue to face economic marginalization and constant harassment. On 22nd September, Madam Speaker, 2025, 40 artisanal miners, men and women struggling to earn a decent living, were arrested, arraigned in court, and each fined Kenya shillings 20,000. Madam Speaker, these individuals were not engaging on any mining activities in areas which are said to be restricted under the General Service Unit and other security agencies. Rather, they were carrying out small-scale mining in Golbo Ward, including Ilo area, which is part of their ancestral land. Honorable Speaker, mining in Ilo has provided vital employment, sustained livelihoods, and served as a barrier against radicalization by engaging youth productively. It has created opportunities not just for the miners themselves, but also for transporters, traders, and other dependents within the community. It's therefore disheartening that instead of facilitation, our people are being subjected to intimidation, arrest, and harassment. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Department of Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. An inquiry by the committee into the alleged harassment and restrictions on small-scale mining activities, particularly at Ilo gold mining sites in Moyale constituency. Steps being taken by the government to repeal any gazette notice or administrative measures that prohibit artisanal mining in unrestricted areas by the residents of Golbo Ward in order to safeguard the residents' rights to property and social rights under the Article 43 of the Constitution of Kenya. And finally, oversight measures in place to assure the protection of the people of Moyale from insecurity and police harassment, including measures that will be instituted to safeguard their livelihood, freedom, and security. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chairperson, Administration and Internal Security, 2 weeks.
You're already given direction, Chair.
Yeah.
But I think it's also good to note that our good professor knows that this has been a death trap site in his constituency, and it has been an issue for too long. There was a time that we lost the majority of Kenyans. So the police, I don't want to preempt the answer, but I know the police were been there to maintain peace and some level of order to prevent more death. But as directed by the Speaker, 2 weeks, I will come with a response.
Very well. Member for Udhaya. What is it, Professor?
I think what there is that dates or no dates, the police are there to protect the people. Why should there be dates when the police are there to protect? He's actually admitting failure by the security agencies. It's not, the closure is
Professor,
not an excuse.
Order. You have 2 weeks. You can raise further questions at that point. Member for Udhaya.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Request for statement regarding the high water tariff in Udhaya Adimokoroini constituency, Nyeri County. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I like to request a statement from the chairperson of the Department Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation regarding the recent sharp increase in water tariff in Udhaya and Mukurweini constituency in Nyeri County. Honorable Speaker, Udhaya Mukurweini Water and Sanitation Company Limited, OMWASCO, is the main water service delivery entirely in Udhaya and Mukurweini constituency. Recently, the Water Services Company, through the Water Services Regulatory Board, WASREB, reviewed the water tariff upward. Under the new structure charges, vary according to consumption block and customer categories, with domestic and residential consumer now paying between Kenya shillings 90 shillings per cubic meter, up from 33 per cubic meter. This step increase coming after a series of tariff hikes in the recent years has sparked widespread public outrage, leading to protest by the residents. The residents are particularly concerned that the decision to review the water tariff was made without public participation or consultation with the various stakeholders. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request the chairperson of Department Committee of Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation to apprise the House on the following circumstances that led to the high increase of water tariff by OMWASCO. The step taken by the Ministry of Water, Irrigation and Sanitation through the Water Services Regulation Board to regulate water tariff increasement in Udhaya and Udhaya constituency, and the plan in place to ensure the WASREB reconsider the review of water tariff by OMWASCO to ensure fairness, equity, and affordability to service provision across Nyeri County. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation, 2 weeks.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In 2 weeks' time, I will bring a response.
Very well. Allow me to welcome students in the public gallery. Number 1, Nairobi South Day Secondary School from Starehe constituency, Nairobi County. Number 2, Muhoroni Furaha School from Muhoroni constituency, Kisumu County. Join me in welcoming them to observe the proceedings of the House. I will indulge the Majority Leader to move to give the normal Thursday statement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement. On behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 30th September 2025, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. With regards to business scheduled for next week, the House is expected to continue with the second reading of the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2024. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will be undertaken on the following motions, some of which are listed in today's order paper. 1, consideration of the 7th report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations. 2, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework. 3, consideration of comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. 4, consideration of the reports of the East African Legislative Assembly at the 4th meeting of the 2nd session of the 5th Assembly. And 5, consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation Order of 2025. Also, Honorable Speaker, we will be considering in Committee of the Whole House the following bills. 1, the Virtual Asset Service Providers Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025, should it not be concluded today. 2, the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025 by the Honorable Peter Kaluma, again, should it not be concluded today. 3 is a privatization bill of 2025, Honorable Speaker, and the Roads Amendment Bill by Honorable Naisula Lesuda. Those, again, are scheduled for debate and conclusion in the Committee of the Whole House next week. And Honorable Speaker, it is important that all members, including the member for Narok, to pay attention, and the member for Kajiado North, who is on phone, to pay attention. Because, Honorable Speaker, I saw yesterday a group of members led by the member for Narok, Kajiado North, purporting that they have been ambushed. And you know, Honorable Speaker, every Thursday I read this statement detailing the business that is scheduled for next week to be considered by the House Business Committee. And the House Business Committee sits on Tuesday at noon to schedule business and order it in the order that we would appear before the House. So there can never be anything like ambush in this House. And therefore, I was just drawing attention to the member for Kajiado and the member for Narok so that they pay attention because this is where we transact business, not in press conferences, Honorable Speaker. And it's important that we pay attention to what is before the House. So those who may have amendments in any of those bills, from the virtual assets that we are considering today to the others that I have read, please be prepared so that you do not say that you have been ambushed. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Education is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon of Wednesday, 8th October 2025 to respond to the following questions. 1, question by private notice number 11 of 2025 by the member for Muhaya, the Honorable Mboko Milemba, CBS MP, regarding funding for participation by public primary and secondary schools in core curricular activities. 2, question by private notice number 013 of 2025 by the member for Muhaya, the Honorable Mboko Milemba, CBS MP, regarding the ongoing verification of student enrollment in schools across the country. Honorable Speaker, these are very good questions because they touch on school capitation. Again, because many of us are fond of speaking in funerals about school capitation, this is where to come and put the minister to task. 3, and I must thank the member for Muhaya for putting those questions, is question by private notice number 014 of 2025 by the member for Isiolo County, the Honorable Mumina Bonaya MP, regarding the rollout of a new centralized student database system known as the Kenya Education Management Information System, KEMIS, intended to replace the existing NEMIS, or the National Education Management Information System. 4 is question number 070 of 2025 by the member for Keio South, the Honorable Gideon Kimaiyo MP, regarding reduction in capitation funding for public primary and secondary schools and measures taken to ensure equitable access of quality education for all learners. 5 is question number 071 of 2025 by the member for Matayos, the Honorable Geoffrey Odanga MP, regarding the challenges faced by Kenyans with foreign qualifications in obtaining an equation of their foreign certificates from the Kenya National Examinations Council, NEC. And 6 is question number 072 of 2025 by the member for Baringo Central, the Honorable Joshua Kandie MP, regarding placements of students to the Kenya Medical Training College, KMTC, by the Kenya Universities and Colleges Central Placement Services, or COUPS. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene again on Tuesday, 7th October 2025, to schedule any other priority business for the rest of the week. The member for Kajiado can hear that. The House Business Committee will meet on Tuesday, 7th October, to schedule any other priority business for the rest of the week. I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. And thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am, the member for Kajiado North is my very good friend, the Honorable Ngogoyo, and because he's having his first term in this House, I have to keep signaling him to pay attention, because I saw he's very fond of going to transact business in press conferences with others who are not even in the House. Yesterday, when we were transacting business here, they collected 5 other MPs who are not even in the House and went to stage a press conference purporting, we have been ambushed. How can you be ambushed when you're not in the House? I saw the member for Naivasha, the member for the self-abductor, member for Juja, saying that they have been ambushed. You cannot be ambushed in the House, because every Thursday we read this statement pointing out what business is scheduled in the coming week. Number 2, Honorable Speaker, every one of us, the 349 of us, 345 with the exception of the 4 members who are not here, the 345 members of Parliament, we are paid by the Kenyan people through their taxes. Not to attend press conferences, but to be working in the chamber or in committee, because there is no business conducted in press conferences.
You have made your point.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader. Member for North Imenti, you have a statement?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, request for statement regarding inclusion of Imenti sub-county in the upcoming Kenya Defence Forces recruitment. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding the inclusion of Imenti East Sub-County in the forthcoming Kenya Defence Forces recruitment exercise. Honorable Madam Speaker, on the 15th of September 2025, the Ministry of Defense advertised the upcoming recruitment of General Service Officer Cadets, Specialist Officers, General Duty Recruits and Defense Forces Constables to the Kenya Defense Forces, KDF. The recruitment exercise is scheduled to take place in October 2025 across sub-counties in the country as listed in the published advertisement. However, Imenti East Sub-County, which is in my constituency, was gazetted on the 17th of March 2022 and subsequently operationalized on 9th September 2025, is not included in the published recruitment schedule. This omission denies many qualified youths from the area an opportunity to serve the nation through the KDF. Notably, Article 10 of the Constitution enshrines equity, inclusiveness, equality as a core national values and principles of governance. The exclusion of some sub-counties from such a national recruitment exercise, therefore, raises concerns on inclusiveness and fairness in the KDF recruitment process. Honorable Madam Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on the following. 1. Plans by the Ministry of Defense to ensure that Imenti East Sub-County is included in the upcoming KDF recruitment exercise. And 2. The measures the ministry has put in place to ensure the upcoming recruitment exercise and any future recruitment processes cover all sub-counties in the country in line with the constitutional principles of inclusivity and equal opportunity. I thank you, Honorable Madam Chair, MP North Imenti. Madam Chair,
Not Chair.
Madam Speaker, this the recruitment is starting on the 12th. So I hope...
Honorable member for Central Imenti, North Imenti, give the chair, give the speaker a moment first to determine about your statement before you debate it. Okay.
Madam Speaker, I'm not taking your role from you, but I just want to say that I hope you will rule that it should be given by next Thursday, because the recruitment is starting from the 13th of October.
Honorable Rahim.
Thank you.
I hear you. I just want to bring to your attention that statements you should read as it is first. The Chair of Defense, not in the House. Vice Chair, not in the House. Majority Leader, this issue on recruitment, there were many others that were raised last week. Can they all be collapsed into one response to be brought next week, latest Thursday? Because they are urgent.
Okay, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Before we go to the next statement, allow me to recognize in the public gallery Kiambuthia Primary School from Mathioya constituency in Murang'a County. Join me in welcoming them to observe the proceedings of the House. Next member is the member for Mwingi Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I request for statement regarding the tax arrears owed to Kenya Revenue Authority by various NG-CNDF committees. Madam Speaker, yes, CNDF, and I think this is important for members to pay attention to.
Prosecute your statement, Honorable Mulyungi.
Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning regarding the disputed tax arrears owed to the Kenya Revenue Authority by various National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NG-CNDF constituency committees, which was picked during our audit. Honorable Speaker, in 2021, the National Government Constituencies Development Fund Board received a communication from the Kenya Revenue Authority demanding payment of tax arrears owing to certain constituencies. Most of the affected constituencies disputed the tax assessments and commenced a process of engaging officers of the Kenya Revenue Authority. However, Madam Speaker, the matter remained unresolved. Madam Speaker, subsequently, a meeting of the NG-CNDF board and KRI was held on the 21st of December 2021, in which various issues were discussed, including tax accountability on labor-based contracts, collection of tax arrears, appointment of fund account managers as VAT withholding tax agents, amongst others. Despite numerous engagements between the NG-CNDF board and KRA, the matters have remained pending. As of 31st of May 2025, the KRA authority is demanding tax arrears to constituencies amounting to 2.2 billion from the NG-CNDF committees. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning on the following. Number one, a clarification on the current status of the arrears owed by each constituency with a detailed breakdown of the amounts outstanding to each. Number two, an outline of the specific steps being taken by KRA and the NG-CNDF board to resolve the matter, including clear timelines for settlement of the same. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Chair Finance, Vice Chair, Majority Leader, kindly let the Chair Finance know to bring a response in the next 2 weeks. I have called for the membership, but they have had 2 weeks. Honorable Ali Wario, member for Garsen. If you're not in the House, it will be deferred to the next time. It will be scheduled. Member for Nandi Hills. Honorable Bernard Kitur.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44-2C, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the installation of safe road measures along the Moi University, Lesos Road. Honorable Speaker, the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, recently completed the construction of the Moi University, Lesos Road. However, the road currently lacks critical safety features, including properly designed speed bumps, clear road markings, and adequate signages. This has exposed motorists and other road users to safety risks. Since the completion of the road, 2 separate accidents have occurred at the Bombo Bridge section near Koisakat village in Lesos, tragically resulting in 4 fatalities. These incidences have been reportedly attributed to the absence of appropriate speed control measures and adequate signages, and have raised concerns among residents and road users regarding the adequacy of safety interventions. Honorable Speaker, it's against this background that I request for a statement from the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure on the following. Number 1, plans by KERA to install properly designed and clearly marked speed bumps, erect proper signages, and additional safety interventions such as reflective road lighting to reduce the risk of accidents along the road. Number 2, expected timelines for completion of the installation of these road safety measures. And thirdly, measures to put in place by the ministry and KERA to ensure regular maintenance of safety installations in order to guarantee the safety of road users along Moi University, Lesos Road. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Member, Chairperson, Transport and Infrastructure, 2 weeks. Honorable GK.
2 weeks is okay, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Umulher Harun. Is she in the House? If not, that is deferred to the next time it will be scheduled on the order paper. Honorable Kagusha, are you in the House? If not in the House, it will be rescheduled to the next available time on the order paper. We shall go to the statements that are being responded to. Number 1 is the statement for the rehabilitation and development of herding grounds by Honorable Adan Kainan. Is he in the House? Honorable, is he in the House? Yes. Chairperson, Agriculture and Livestock, you have a response? Kindly go on.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the response I'm going to read through, and I hope Honorable Kenan is listening because he's the one who asked this question. I just go on. Okay, Honorable Speaker. The statement regarding the rehabilitation and development of herding grounds, and migratory routes in pastoral regions of Kenya, of northern Kenya, asked by the Honorable Adan Kenan. The first question, Honorable Speaker, was asking the Minister to state the measures being taken by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development to identify, geomap, and gazette traditional migratory routes, communal hunting grounds, and the pastoral zones in northern Kenya. I have summarized the response, and I believe the Honorable Kenan has looked through it, so I'll just read the issues that I've extracted from the report from the ministry. The response, Honorable Speaker, captured the fact that the ministry, through the Kenya Rangeland Ecological Monitoring Unit, or KREMU, has been mapping and geo-referencing rangelands since the 1980s. Surveys produced management handbook for specific districts, identifying migratory routes, grazing land, game parks, and reserves. Kenya has initiated a new agenda to transform underdeveloped, or underdocumented or undocumented pastoral routes into official maps to guide investments, safeguard livestock mobility, and improve infrastructure. The Livestock Marketing Division developed that one stock routes linking northern pastoral areas to Nairobi and Mombasa markets, including holding grounds and quarantine facilities. The current efforts include the following. Number one, reviving and gazetting holding grounds and communal grazing areas. The second one is improving transport and infrastructure for trekking livestock. The third one is using mapped data for future planning, policy, and investments. And the final effort captured here is protecting ridgelands from encroachment by private use, security installations, and urban expansion. The second question, Honourable Speaker, was to state the interventions being made by the ministry in collaboration with the county governments and relevant water agencies to rehabilitate degraded grazing zones and livestock holding grounds, improve water infrastructure such as water pans and kiosks along key livestock migratory corridors. And the response is as follows. The ministry, together with the county governments, water agencies, and development partners, is implementing several interventions to restore ridgelands, improve water access, and strengthen livestock management systems in the ASAL areas. And these are the key interventions. Number one is rehabilitation of ridgeland and grazing zones. There is rescinding, which is ongoing, degraded ridgelands to increase pasture production. Capacity building for the community-based ridgeland management committees to enhance sustainable use and reduce drought risks. Also encouraging pastoralists to respect carrying capacities of grazing land in order to sustain the grazing land for long term. The second intervention is improvement of water infrastructure through expansion and rehabilitation of water pans, boreholes, water kiosks along migratory corridors, matching them with forage availability. The third intervention is development and the strengthening of livestock holding grounds. And there is one strategic intervention, which is increasing investments that encompasses registration and surveying of strategic holding grounds, development of infrastructure that is holding pens, paddocks, dips, spray races, feedlots, irrigation systems, staff housing, boreholes, water storing tanks, diagnostic labs, transport, and fodder stores. The second strategic intervention is legal and policy frameworks, which encompasses developing a livestock marketing strategy, reviewing and amending the policies and legal instruments, gazetting county and national holding grounds, building stakeholder capacity on livestock trade standards. The third strategic intervention is coordination and management, which encompasses establishing decentralized coordination and management structures, creating holding ground management committees and user associations, posting technical staff, and creating monitoring and reporting systems. The fourth intervention is enhancing production and marketing, which has to do with stratification of programs, feedlots, specialized businesses, and support through National Livestock Development Services, which is a semi-autonomous government agency. And the final one is diversification and value addition, which has to do with improvements of beekeeping, improved breeding stock, improvement of breeding stock, and integrated camel production and marketing. The third question, Honourable Speaker, sought the ministry to state the mechanisms put in place to mitigate and resolve inter-community conflicts of access to grazing land, including strategies to ensure that traditional livestock corridors remain demarcated, accessible, and safe for seasonal pastoral movement, especially in border regions and known conflict spots. And the response is as follows. The first mechanism is participatory ridgeland management, where communities are involved in mapping resources, planning interventions, and managing ridgelands to minimize conflicts. The second one is community institution institutional development, which are strengthened to manage shared resources. The third one is alternative dispute resolution mechanism, which is an intercommunity dialogue, negotiation, and agreement for peaceful coexistence. The fourth one is security interventions, which include patrols in hotspots areas by security agencies. And the final one is hosting mechanisms, where there is provision of hosting migratory communities when survival requires movement beyond the borders. The fourth question was to state the plans put in place to integrate the protection and development of migratory routes and communal grazing lands into the National Spatial Plan and the County Integrated Development Plans, particularly within the arid and semi-arid lands, with a view of securing pastoral livelihoods and promoting sustainable resource management. And the response is as follows. In view of the spatial planning collaboration, the ministry works with the Ministry of Lands and county governments to safeguard grazing resources and migratory corridors. There is an act, the Community Lands Act 2016, which provides for registration of community land to secure pastoralist access. And the strategies adopted include the following. One of them is strengthening rangeland management institutions, restoring rangeland health and productivity. The third one is supporting commercial feed production and cooperatives. The fourth one is establishing strategic livestock feed reserves and community feedlots. The fifth one is breeding program to support the meat industry. 6, enhancing extension services and access to finance. 7, strengthening disease surveillance and control. 8, implementing livestock identification and traceability system. And 9, establishing livestock quarantine facilities. The final question, Honourable Speaker, was to give an indication of whether the government has allocated funding or established partnerships with the regional bodies such as the Intergovernmental Authority on Development or IGAD to establish critical pastoral infrastructure such as fodder reserves, feedlots, livestock holding grounds, veterinary health outposts. Honourable Speaker, protect me from Honourable Ngeleche, who has decided to have a presentation as I go on. And then also the conflict early warning system among key migratory routes. The response is as follows. Number one, in terms of the funding, we have national investment. These are resources allocated for pasture, water, and animal health services through projects such as ALPRO. ALPRO is ASAL-based livestock and rural livelihood support program. There is LRP, which is Regional Pastoral Livestock Resilience Project, and FSRP, which is Food Systems Resilience Project. The second one is IGAD, which has an IGAD Transhumance Protocol, which encourages targeted cross-border investment to enhance productivity and reduce conflict. There is a project called BREFONS, which runs from 2022 to 2027 and funded by AFDP, supporting resilience, agribusiness, climate adaptation, and mapping of livestock routes in counties like Isiolo, Marsabit, Turkana, and Garissa. Then there is KELCOP, which is Kenya Livestock Commercialization Project, that is co-funded by GOK and IFA International, PFI, and communities, which is targeted at vulnerable groups, pastoralists, youth, and women. And there's a project called Twende, which is running from 2020 to 2026, a joint Kenya NDMA CIA IUCN initiative that is restoring degraded rangelands in 11 ASAL counties. In conclusion, Honourable Speaker, the ministry states that the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development is committed to advancing the livestock sector through the livestock development and promotion services. There is collaboration with county governments, development partners, sector, and other stakeholders. It is emphasized, that collaboration. Joint meetings with the Council of Governors have been held, or they are being held regularly, and they have produced a roadmap for ASAL counties. There is also the Intergovernmental Forum and the Summit which basically is going to take place in this October and will crystallize resolutions and revitalize the sector, especially in the northern Kenya. Madam Speaker, during the just concluded meeting with Council of Governors, several resolutions were taken, and I would like to go through the resolutions.
Honorable Dr. Mutunga, that is the summarized version.
Yes, I'm finishing. I'm finishing completely now. The resolution, because Honorable Kinan was very particular, and I would like to touch his heart. Honorable Speaker,
Taken quite some time, so kindly.
Yeah, there are only 15. Number one, development of Kenya livestock blueprint as a joint strategy between the national government and county. That was agreed upon as a resolution. Co-financing and operationalization of abattoirs, feedlots, transport hubs, and tanneries. Number three, implementation of land-scale rangeland restoration and addressing invasive species. Number four is rollout vaccination campaigns targeting about 80% of the livestock by 2027 and establishing biosafety laboratory in all counties. Number five, finalization and rollout of livestock master plan and maintaining updated livestock data. Number six, establishment of breed improvement programs for early maturing and market fit breeds. Seven, creation and maintenance of animal feed reserves. 8, fast tracking of animal identification and traceability system. 9, establishment of livestock revolving fund with the Sharia compliant options. 10, harmonization of policy and regulatory framework to boost competitiveness and exports. 11, recruitment of livestock extension officers, veterinarians, animal production officers, range management officers. 12, clearly delineating roles between national government and the county government in the implementation of the projects. 13, activation of drought contingent plan for preparedness and resilience. 14, fast-tracking formation of livestock farmer cooperatives for aggregation and commercialization. And finally, development of livestock value chain within county aggregation and industrial parks. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Kainan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, last week, this same House interacted with a response actually from the ministry. And that particular statement actually was not only wanting, but was completely out of place. That's why today I was almost going to seek your indulgence to be patient with us because we are dealing with a whole sector that has been neglected. But Madam Speaker, two things come to my mind. I tabled this question, I asked this question on, I requested for this statement on 30th June 2025. Madam Speaker, I really want to, first of all, on the face of it, appreciate Dr. Mutunga. Dr. Mutunga is not just a chair of a committee. He's a well-informed academic. He's also an able chairman. I really want to appreciate it because had it not been your efforts, I would have accepted that shallow, hollow, out of touch, actually, response, and this House will have been duped. The fact that we went back to the drawing board, this has triggered a number of things, Madam Speaker. I saw the statement on 30th June 2025. The Speaker approved on 1st July 2025. And shockingly, Madam Speaker, a few days later, the ministry, in cahoots with the Council of Governors, decided to call for a joint meeting, the first of its kind since devolution. That was dated. I wish they did this. Instead of doing it in Serena, Mombasa, I wish they went to Wajir, Garissa, Mandera, Isiolo, Tana River, and many other places so that they could interact. That meeting resolved to have 15 resolutions. But what is even more encouraging, Madam Speaker, these same resolutions again will be subjected to a further verification meeting that will take place between 23rd to 25th October. So I want to thank you. This is a very comprehensive statement.
So you're happy?
Can I complete, Madam Speaker?
You know, Honorable Kainan, having been the one who requested, you know the rules. If it is a clarification, ask for it. Don't debate it. Yeah, don't debate it. There's still a lot of business.
I really want to indulge you Maybe your ears are not used to livestock music, but I think that's with a light touch.
Not about, you're out of order, Honorable Kainan.
Okay.
Any matter to the Speaker is important.
Yes.
Totally out of order.
Okay. Let me say this. Let me say this. This is very good. The response is good. The avenues being suggested are very good. Will I be right to ask you, as the chair, to make sure these resolutions, these joint resolutions between the Council of Governors and the Ministry are properly implemented? And when that meeting will take place between 23rd and 25th October, your committee under your able leadership will be part of the deliberations to make sure this does not become another paper that will be thrown into the shelves of the Ministry of Agriculture. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Dr. Mutunga, I think you are up to the task, as has been said by Honorable Kainan. Allow us to go to the next statement requested by Honorable Joseph Namwar. Is he in the house?
This temporary speaker is too.
Is he in the house? Where is he? Okay. Oh. I didn't know Ematha is Namwar. Ematha Namwar. Yes. Honorable Kangogo.
Madam Speaker, I have a response by the Honorable Namwar regarding the lack of development and non-exploitation of Lake Turkana resources. The Honorable Speaker, I will be very brief and summarize because I already gave the Honorable Member a copy of my response, which he has. Madam Speaker, the Lake Turkana is a closed basin in the northwestern of Kenya. And Madam Speaker, the response from the ministry, which is signed by the Honorable Hassan Ali Joho, gives that there are plans to establish the Lake Turkana Development Authority, including the expected timelines for its establishment. And the Honorable Speaker, the Lake Basin lies in the Kerio Valley Development Authority, that is physical, and it has a physical offices in Lodwar Town. The strategy is in place to develop the blue economy in Lake Turkana, particularly the fisheries and the aquaculture. The Honorable Speaker, the CS is saying that he's strengthening the fish for capacity, and currently there are about 51 PMUs, that is the beach management units, in Lake Turkana. There is also, Madam Speaker, they have established a monitoring, control, and surveillance. The department has acquired and deployed a surveillance boat in Lake Turkana. Also, Madam Speaker, there is a development of fishing and fishing fleet capacities with the new fish markets. Currently, the State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries is working on the fish markets analysis and fish hydrostatic survey in partnership with the Dutch Embassy in Lake Turkana, and also seeking to commercialize the fishing industry in Lake Turkana, which the fish is being utilized locally and also internationally within the region. Strengthening also the co-management through the needs surveys for the coordinated PMUs training, strengthening the lake-wide co-management structures and bylaws enforcement to promote a sustainable exploitation of fisheries. And then under item number D is intercommunal and cross-border natural resource-based conflicts through the promotion of cross-border peace programs and enhancing a dialogue between the fisher folks and other livelihoods. Item number 3, Honorable Speaker, the infrastructure projects currently underway to support the economic activities around the Lake Turkana, including the roads, the cold storage facilities, and fishing landing sites. So, Madam Speaker, there is a proposed construction of fishing landing sites in Kalokol and Loyangalani in Turkana and Marsabit counties, respectively. The landing sites will be equipped with the jetties, cold storage facilities, ice-making machines, potable water, and sanitary facilities, and fish processing areas. These facilities will improve the fish post-harvest management, And further, the modern fish markets are proposed for the establishment in Kolokol and Lowang Rang. It's called the Lower Rengak in Turkana County. The fish markets, which includes the fish landing sheds, called storage units, and processing areas. The fish markets will support the fishing community by providing trading and marketing opportunities. The modern markets will also promote the fish value chain to tap the high local markets. So the State Department of Blue Economy and Fisheries has developed the concept note projects covering the Samburu, Turkana, and Marsabit counties, Madam Speaker, and it's also supported by the IFAD. The ministry is implementing the Lake Turkana Maritime Transport and the Investment Project. The objective of the project is to develop the integrated framework for managing our maritime resources, infrastructure, and well-developed and safe system of maritime transport. Under the same, Honorable Speaker, the development of Lodwar, Kitale, Nadabal, and Lodwar Kalokol roads has also improved the access to the fisheries. Other road networks, these are just the road networks that will make it easier for the fish to be taken to the market. Under item number 4, Honorable Speaker, from the ministry, the support being provided by the Fisher Folk and Beach Management Units, PMUs, to enhance the access equipment, financing and markets and capacity building. There are about 51 registered beach management units in Lake Turkana, 41 in Turkana County and 10 in Marsabit County. Through the Fish Marketing Authority, that is the KFMA, the 51 PMUs have been sensitized on fish commercialization and subsequent establishment of fish marketing cooperatives. The cooperatives will strengthen the currently weak market structure by improving and bargaining the power. The State Department is in the process of facilitating the PMUs with the modern fish drying racks, and the adoption of the modern fish drying racks will improve the hygiene quality of sun-dried fish. In collaboration with International Authority for Development, that is ICAD, I have trained about 30 women in fishing care development and repair to enhance sustainable fishing in the lake. The measures which are being put in place to protect Lake Turkana from environmental threats, including coordination of conservation efforts and the sustainable exploitation of resources. Madam Speaker, currently the Lake Turkana is experiencing high water levels. The increasing water levels has not only displaced the fishing community, but also destroyed the community structures, including the dry fish stores, the cold fish storage, and the fish processing facilities, particularly the Kalokol and the Loyangalani. Through collaboration with the development partners, need assessment has been conducted to evaluate the damage and interventions. Under the Lake Turkana Fisheries Management Plan, the water abstractions, the climate change and pollution are strategic issues identified for consideration. The strategic issues will be addressed through the establishment of Transboundary River Omo Lake Turkana Management Plan, a promotion of sustainable land use in the basin, monitoring of heavy metals and macronutrients, and the establishment of pollution monitoring unit. The department, through the Kenya Fisheries Service, is continuously conducting monitoring, control, and surveillance to combat the illegal and reported and unregulated fishing activities in Lake Turkana. These efforts would ensure the sustainable fishing. In partnership with ICAD, I've also developed the Omo Turkana Basin Integrated Fisheries Management Plan to address the Omo Basin catchment issues in Kenya, Sudan, South Sudan, Somalia, and Ethiopia. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, the Kenya-Ethiopian MOU signed on 21st February 2024 establishes the framework for consultation and cooperation in fisheries and aquaculture. Among the areas of cooperation in the MOU include the cooperation in sustainable development and management of fisheries and aquaculture, the fish quality assurance and capacity building. This will provide a holistic approach towards the sustainable management of Lake Turkana Basin resources, addressing the resource-based conflict and anthropogenic and environmental threats. Madam Speaker, that is the response which is signed by the Halias and Joho, the EGH, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Blue Economy, Mining and Maritime Affairs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Member for Turkana Central, are you satisfied?
Madam Speaker, thank you. I am not satisfied with the response. If I am told to rate at the scale of 5, I will give it 1. Only on item number 3, Madam Speaker. I say so because it is only the fish markets that were just advertised, and we did site handovers recently that are tangible, Madam Speaker. And that is your number 3, answer to my question number 3. Madam Speaker, allow me to just say 3 things on this response, quickly. Number 1, Madam Speaker, the first report or research on Lake Turkana potentiality was done in 1982. Recently, in 2022, a research was done by IGAD and Ecofish. Madam Speaker, Dr. Wasie Antena, who was the researcher on using the full wealth potential of Lake Turkana, in his report, I quote, "Fish, which should be a source of development, die of old age in Lake Turkana." That is a recent report of 2022, Madam Speaker. And it means that Lake Turkana is not developed and its potential is not being exploited, in short, Madam Speaker. And that is what our president was able to mention and say, fish in Lake Turkana die of old age. He was making reference to that report by Dr. Wasie Antene of 2022, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, number 2 on the same, or B of that, Lake Turkana has a potentiality of producing 30,000 metric tons of fish. But currently, we are producing only 5,000 annually, Madam Speaker. And that is why the 25,000 fish die of old age. And this lake has a potential of feeding over 58% of the population in Turkana as a source of livelihood, Madam Speaker. Allow me also to say, Madam Speaker, that Turkana and Marsabit are not connected in the same manner in which Homa Bay and Siaya are connected. What do I say? We don't have a ferry. It will have improved on transport. It will have improved on business and trade, Madam Speaker. But nothing. We cannot be able to reach Marsabit. We have to go up to Samburu to reach Marsabit, Madam Speaker. Number 3, in FY or financial year 2021-2022, for example, an allocation of 13 billion was given to the Ministry of Fisheries and to the State Department of Fisheries. Only 30,000 was given to Turkana, to Lake Turkana, for training of BMUs. The rest went to the Indian Ocean and Lake Victoria, Madam Speaker. It means there is no, when I look at this report or response, it is like a concept note. There is nothing tangible that we can say is happening in Lake Turkana.
Honorable
I thank
Kangogo, you have been rated at 20% from that statement. What do you have to say?
Madam Speaker, to an extent, I want to agree with the Honorable Namwar that actually Lake Turkana, it's been neglected for a while. And Madam Speaker, on 20th of this month, next week, my committee will be visiting Lake Turkana for a public participation, which I also reported before you, Madam Speaker, in the liaison committee, that we are developing a new fisheries management bill, Madam Speaker, which is going to address many of the challenges our fishermen they've been facing, including the fishermen in Lake Turkana. And on the same day, Honorable Speaker, we are also going to Baringo and Naivasha. And Madam Speaker, once the new fisheries bill is passed by this House, so we will be able, Madam Speaker, to make sure that we are put in place some legislation which will address all those challenges our fishermen are facing. So I want to invite the Honorable Namwar. On 20th, we will be in Lake Turkana, and also to hear the views of the fishermen of the people of Turkana, and also as we legislate also to that bill so that we can factor in their views. And also, I know they will come up with the issues of the development of the lake, the landing sites, and everything. Madam Speaker, the last one, the money is talking about 13 billion, which came as it's a donor-funded projects under through the ministry. That money was specific. The money was specific to about 5 coastal counties of Mombasa, Kwale. And Madam Speaker, the ministry, they have another agreement, the phase 2 of the project, which we have discussed with the CS Honorable Ali Hassan Joho, to include Lake Turkana in the next phase of the funding, Honorable Speaker. So I want to personally take up as the chair of the committee with the ministry, and I will include the Honorable Namwar, so that we make sure that all across the country, Lake Victoria, in Mombasa and everywhere, the fishing industry, Madam Speaker, is upgraded. Thank you.
Honorable Namwar.
Madam Speaker, just a quick one. In the current financial year budget, the budget on fisheries for Lake Turkana, if you look at it, has no equity. It must start with this budget, Madam Speaker, other than just giving us concept notes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I am sure the chair you have heard. Next one will be the member for Kandara. Are you in the House? Response by Honorable GK and your committee.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the member for Kandara, the Honorable Chege Jogona MP, requested statement regarding the completion of construction of Mackenzie Muruka Kamurugu Road. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Chege Jogona MP in the request sought the following. 1, reasons for storing of the Mackenzie Muruka Kamurugu Road from the year 2022 to date, despite the contractor having been paid part of the contract sum by the government in fulfillment of its obligation. Number 2, detailed report accounting for the sum of Kenya shillings 24 million paid to the contractor against the proportion of works undertaken. And 3, the estimated timeline for the resumption and completion of the road as per the contract awarded in the year 2021. And number 4, the interim measures, if any, in place to alleviate the transportation challenges in the area during the period of construction of the road. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport on 30th September, which I now wish to make. Regarding the reasons for storing of the road from the year 2022 to date, despite the contractor having been paid part of the contract sum by the government in fulfillment of its obligation, the ministry reported that the contractor for this road, that is MS Notchmark Surprise Limited, scaled down operations in the year 2022 after delays in payment of the second interim payment certificate, IPC, worth the Kenya shillings 24 million. Although the contractor had mobilized in the month of May 2022 and carried out activities such as pothole patching along the 15.6 kilometer stretch and laying of 2.2 asphalt overlay. He later demobilized while awaiting payment, which was eventually made in October 2023. Despite receiving the funds, the contractor failed to fully resume works and had earlier delayed mobilizing even after being awarded the contract in August 2021. Number 5, however, the ministry outlined that so far, only 39.7% of the work had been achieved despite 1461 days, equivalent of 400% of the contract period having elapsed. Completed activities including a topographical survey, site clearance for the full length, ditch cleaning, desilting and cleaning of culverts, potholes, cutting and trimming and processing the base layers, priming, laying asphalt concrete for 2.2 kilometers and construction of 69 meters of 600 culverts. On the estimated timeline for the resumption and completion of the road, the ministry through KERA has undertaken several interventions towards full resumption of works, including several management meetings in the past 2 months with the contractor, who has since committed to mobilize and resume works in the month of October this year and undertake the remaining works within 6 months. Additionally, on the interim measures put in place to alleviate the transportation challenges in the area, the ministry noted that once the contractor resumes work in the month of October this year, and given that potholes being the main challenge, priority will be given to pothole patching. This will significantly improve the riding surface of the road. The next activity to be prioritized will be laying the asphalt concrete overlay. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Member for Kandara, are you satisfied with the statement?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, before I respond to the Chairman, Transport, Madam Speaker, allow me to pay tribute to the 16 victims who perished on Sunday during that gruesome road accident on Nairobi-Nakuru Highway. Madam Speaker, we pay our heartfelt condolences to the families. This is one family that lost all the family members. Madam Speaker, we pay tribute to the families of Mr. Karanja, Mr. Mburu, and Mr. Karato. Madam Speaker, our heartfelt condolences goes to the families, to all the families. And Madam Speaker, we pray to God to give them comfort and peace during this very, very difficult time of the loss. May God bless the memories of the victims. And in the word of Scripture, may God heal our broken hearts and bind up our wounds. And Madam Speaker, I would request you to have the House observe a 1 minute of silence to honor the members of the family and the victims that we lost on Sunday. Madam Speaker, if I can respond to the response by the chair. Yes, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Member for Kandara, I've indulged you, and on behalf of the House, we also send our condolences, and on behalf of Gilgil, where this accident took place, I want to confirm it is one of the worst accident scenes we've ever seen, and we send our prayers to the families that were affected from Kandara, and we pray, as you have said, that they will get peace, they will have peace. And regardless of that, I've indulged you despite the fact that you are to seek clarifications. But from now, because you've already done that, kindly prosecute your matter with the Chair of Transport.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. to the response. We are already in the month of October, Madam Speaker, and I haven't seen any signs of the contractor coming back on the site. Just wanted to make sure, Madam Speaker, we are talking of October 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Joguna, we will make sure that this contractor is given enough pressure to do what he's supposed to do. Honorable Speaker, I will support my colleague in ensuring that this road is completed. And then we will ensure the ministry does what is expected of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Machakos, to be responded by the committee, same committee. Is the member for Machakos in the house? If she's not in the house, you shall table the response, Chair. We'll go to the next statement by Honorable Abubakar Talib. Are you in the house? Yes, so you will respond to, you will table the response to Honorable Kamene and respond to the statement by Honorable Abu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Abubakar Twarib, MP, requested for a statement regarding traffic congestion along Changamwe Port Rides Road. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Abubakar Twarib, MP, is in the request saw the following. 1. Measures being put in place by the government to ease congestion along Changamwe Port Rides Road in Mombasa to ensure smooth flow of traffic in the area. 2. The long-term measures that the government is putting in place to address traffic congestion in the area, including plans, if any, to relocate the container depots to alternative locations. And 3, detailed steps that the government is taking to ensure that Kenya Ports Authority embraces technological changes to adapt to and meet the demand of the fast-growing shipping industry. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport on 30th September. Honorable Speaker, 30th June is my birthday. That's why my tongue is slipping to 30th June. 30th September 2025, which I now wish to make. One regarding the measures being put in place by the government to ease congestion along Changamwe Port Rides Road. The road was recently expanded into a dual carriageway to increase its capacity and ease traffic flow. The ministry noted that the current congestion was largely caused by trucks queuing to access container freight stations and the Port of Mombasa, which are under the jurisdiction of KPA. 2, on the long-term measures that the government is putting in place to address traffic congestion in the area. The ministry stated that KPA had embarked on constructing a new road within the port premises to help decongest the area and facilitate faster cargo movement. 4, further, on the detailed steps that the government is taking to ensure that Kenya Ports Authority embraces technological changes to adapt to and meet the demand of the fast-growing shipping industry. The ministry highlighted several initiatives under KPA's strategic plan 23-24 to 27-28, aimed at embracing global shipping trends and technological advancements. Among them, upgrading the terminal operating system for the end-to-end digitization, installing smart gates and a track appointment system to streamline cargo movement and migrating to KPA SAP platform to S4HANA for automation of administrative functions. Honorable Speaker, the following are the other measures involved meant to ease congestion. A, the installation of a vessel traffic measurement and information system to enhance mitigation, safety, and efficiency. B, adoption of an electronic data interchange platform for better collaboration with the trading partners. And C, migration from analog to digital wireless radio communication to improve service delivery and system integration with key actors such as shipping lines, revenue authorities, and partner states can trade and banks under the single window model. 5, and lastly, the ministry emphasized that these combined efforts were geared towards improving efficiency, safety, productivity at the port of Mombasa while addressing both immediate and long-term traffic concerns. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Honorable Talib.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm not satisfied on the first question I had requested the ministry to look into, as that blocks the highway, which is busy.
I can't hear you. I need to hear you,
Yeah,
Honorable.
What I'm
Talib.
thank you. What I'm requesting is for the ministry to move with speed and ease congestion on the Changamwe Portrees Road. This is due to the inland container depots that operate on this area. So as a licensing authority, we cannot, this cannot go on as it's blocking the main highway. They're operating from the main highway. I think that should be a matter of concern that the ministry can move in quickly and correct. Thank you.
Very well, Chair.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. I am surprised that my colleague is not satisfied with this very comprehensive and well-detailed response, which has timelines, and the ministry has told us that they will and they are engaging technological advancement measures to address the congestion challenge.
I think what Honorable Member has said, you just fast track it, and I think it's in order.
We'll do that. Thank you.
Very well. Let us go to the general statement by Honorable Member for Tetu. Honorable Wandeto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to give a general statement as a tribute to the passing of Honorable F.T. Nyamo, former Member of Parliament for Tetu constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to provisions of Standing Order 259D2, I rise to report the demise of Honorable Francis Thombe Nyamo, former Member of Parliament for Tetu constituency, who passed away on Sunday, 28 September 2025. Honorable Speaker, the late F.T. Nyamo was born in 1939 in Tetu, Nyeri County, and lived a life wholly dedicated to the service of the people. His education journey laid a strong foundation for his career, culminating in higher studies that equipped him with the knowledge and vision to lead. A man of intellect and compassion, he channeled his energy into lifting his community and the country. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Nyamo ventured into politics in 2007, successfully contesting the Tetu constituency seat under the Party of National Unity, PNU. He served in the 10th Parliament from 2007 to 2013, where he distinguished himself as a diligent and principled legislator. During his parliamentary stint, He served in the committees of Education, Research and Technology, Constituency Development Fund, and Library Committee, where he made significant contributions. In this House, he was known for his thoughtful interventions and his unwavering commitment to accountability, oversight, and transformative development. Honorable Speaker, beyond the chambers of Parliament, Honorable Nyamu was a respected community leader and businessman. As chairman of Longhorn Publishers, he advanced educational publishing in Kenya, playing a vital role in expanding access to knowledge. His involvement in the lottery movement of Nairobi reflected his deep sense of service, earning him the affectionate pet name FT, short for Fun Times, which symbolizes warmth, friendliness, and ability to connect with people from all walks of life. Honorable Nyamu's people-centered leadership and his legacy is etched not only in the projects he spearheaded, but also in the remarkable inspiration he imparted to young people and the community at large. Honorable Speaker, as we mourn the passing of this distinguished leader, we take solace in the enduring memory of his service and sacrifice. His death leaves a void, yet his contributions will continue to inspire current and future generations. The late F.T. Nyamu was cremated on Monday, 29 September, in accordance with his last wishes. Honorable Speaker, I convey my heartfelt condolences to the family of the late F.T. Nyamu, his family, and the people of Tetu, and the nation at large during this difficult time. May his soul rest in eternal peace. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wandeto. We join you in wishing and sending our condolences to the people of Tetu and the family of the late F.T. Nyamu. If you wish to make a comment on this, kindly use the intervention. If not, let us be a bit, to be more orderly. We will get the statement from Honorable Biego for the late Honorable Elijah Langat. Then we can make comments together. So, Honorable Paul, you have the floor to make your statement.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 259D, 2A, I rise to pay tribute to the former Member of Parliament for Chesumei, the late Honorable Elijah Kiptarbei Lagat, who passed away on 29 September 2025. Honorable Speaker, the late Hon Elijah Kiptarbei Lagat passed away on Monday, 29 September 2025 at the age of 59. His passing is a profound loss to his family, friends, and the community he served with unwavering dedication and commitment. The late Hon Lagat was born on 19th June 1966 and raised in Saniak village within Chesumei constituency, where he schooled in Saniak Primary School and Saniak Secondary School. He held a Bachelor of Arts degree and diploma in the adult education, both from the University of Eastern Africa, Baraton, until his death. The late Hon Lagat was serving as a board member at the National Authority for the Campaign Against Alcohol and Drug Abuse, known as NACADA. Honorable Speaker, the late Hon Elijah Lagat will be fondly remembered both for his outstanding athletic achievements and his distinguished public service. Before venturing into politics, he was a celebrated marathoner who earned international acclaim. Interestingly, his journey into long distance running began as a personal effort to reduce weight at the age of 27, which remarkably grew into a world-class career. Notably, he won the 104th edition of the Boston Marathon after edging out Ethiopia's Genzagen Abera
in a record time of 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 4 seconds. It is within the same race that another Kenyan, Moses Tanui, finished in third place 3 seconds later. He also featured in the 1995 Frankfurt Marathon, finishing second with a time of 2 hours, 12 minutes, and 40 seconds. His first win came during the Berlin Marathon, where he took the top honors in a personal best time of 2 hours, 7 minutes, and 41 seconds, and later trumped at the 1998 Prague Marathon with a time of 2 hours, 8 minutes, and 52 seconds. Honorable Speaker, in 2002, the late Honorable Lagat vied for the Mgwen constituency parliamentary seat on a KANU ticket, but was unsuccessful. He remained undeterred, and in 2007, he successfully vied and was elected as the Member of Parliament for Mgwen constituency on the ODM ticket. He was also successfully re-elected in 2013, where he became the first elected Member of Parliament for the newly formed Chesumei constituency, which I currently serve. During the 10th and 11th Parliaments, the late Hon Lagat served diligently as a vice chairperson of the Catering and Health Services Committee, as a member of the Labor and Social Welfare Committee too. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of this House, I extend our deepest condolences to the family of the late Honorable Elijah Kiptarbei Lagat, his friends, the great people of Chesumei constituency and the entire Nandi, and the nation at large. As we mourn his loss, may we draw inspiration from his extraordinary life of service, humility, and dedication to humanity. May his soul rest in eternal peace. And in our mother tongue, Mutyo Missing. Thank you.
Very well. We also send our condolences to the family of the late Honorable Lagat. I was lucky to have served with him in the 11th Parliament, and we pray for peace for his family. Honorable members, I will indulge a few of you to make comments, just 1 minute each. Then we will have a moment of silence for both of them. And we'll start with the Honorable Member, Dorothy Ikiara.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to join Honorable Wadeto and Honorable Paul in mourning these two gallant soldiers who served so diligently in this House. Honorable Chair, death is painful, but the legacies that we leave behind are never erased. I want to join the families and say, may their souls rest in internal peace. At the same time, Honorable Speaker, allow me to join Honorable Mogo in mourning the death of the families that lost their loved ones. Honorable Speaker, as we mourn these loved ones, we want to draw lessons, Honorable Speaker, that life is too sacred to be lost. And we want to urge our drivers and all people who use either private or public service to be more cautious. Honorable Speaker, it's painful to learn that our whole family was wiped out. And for future, Honorable Speaker, let's also say, sometimes when we are traveling as families, we divide ourselves so that at least, if anything, in the event of any eventuality, we can be able to at least mourn few. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Amen.
Honorable Member for Nandi Hills.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, one more time to give me a chance to join my colleagues in condoling, mourning the loss of great leaders of this country. in particular Honorable Lagat, who in Nandi was a beacon, a leader who, in his talent of sport, in the year 2000, he was in the same league with Catherine Dereba. When Catherine was leading in the women race, Lagat was cementing the position of Boston Marathon and lifting the name of this country to the higher level, and inspired many young people in Nandi and across the country so that they would be able to love sport. So I joined to really condole. And last is Lagat, having been a member of parliament for Mgwen and having been a member of parliament of Chesumei, he pioneered both of the two. He did fantastic projects in Nandi.
We'll keep it short. Honorable Nyakundi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for also giving me this chance. I also want to give my sincere, heartfelt condolences to the families of Honorable Lagat and Honorable F.T. Nyamu for the loss. These are one of our members who we've lost, who are gallant soldiers, who really worked hard for the people of this country. To be specific, F.T. Nyamu was the founding member of Longhorn Publishers, and he was also the owner of Kenya School of Professional Studies, which many Kenyans passed through those schools. And for Lagat, who was a member of parliament for Chesumei, who was also an athlete who nurtured talent and many young people, who showed a good example to many young people. We want to say pole sana to the people of Chesumei and the people of Tetu, and also to the leaders who are here. We want to say pole on behalf of those people. Thank you.
Member for Tinderet.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in condoling our two great leaders, Honorable F.T. Nyamu and Honorable David Elijah Kiptarbei Lagat. Honorable Speaker, I served in this House with Honorable Lagat, who was a committed member. He was an astute athlete, and in fact, if you look at his achievements in Boston, in London, and in all the leading cities in the world, he did a lot. More importantly, when he came to Parliament, he served with 2 terms as a member of Parliament in Mgwen and later on Chesumei. Elijah did great work in trying to reach the poor, establish schools. He even went on to fight for his community. Honorable F.T. Nyamu, a great publisher, and more importantly, he was an educationist. He played a big role in establishing private university education in this country. And I want to agree with my colleagues that we've lost 2 great men, and may their soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Very well. Keitani.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Allow me to pass my condolences to the family, relatives, and the people of both Tetu and Chesumei for the loss of these great men who served the various constituencies, F.T. Nyamu and Elijah Lagat, who served Chesumei constituency, first Mgwen, then Chesumei when the new constitution was promulgated. And for Elijah Lagat, I think he has played a very big role in the Kenyan history. History of Kenya in terms of sports will not be written without his name being there as being the world champion of the 104th Boston Marathon, which he ran and was a champion and in 2 hours and 9 seconds. And that, from being a runner to being a politician and succeeding in both fronts, tells us that he has actually served this country in both sides. And that actually goes to say that he will be remembered for all the good things that he has done for this country. May the souls of those 2 men rest in peace, and pole to the families and the greater nation, or the greater community of both Chesumei and Tetu. Thank you.
Navaholo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Navaholo, myself and my family, allow me to join the two members of parliament, the Honorable Wandeto and the Honorable, my good friend Polo, for the demise, following the demise of these two gallant sons. Honorable Speaker, you and I had the privilege of serving here with the Honorable Elijah Lagat. The only description I would want to give him, Honorable Speaker, is that he was ever a smiling person. He could come into the house, he is smiling, but he was very firm on what he wanted to achieve. As our representative, Honorable Speaker, on the Committee on Catering, I remember, Honorable Speaker, a time when the late Honorable Jacoyo Midiwo raised an issue with respect to what is being consumed in Parliament, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Elijah Lagat was very strong and firm to suggest to the committee, to the members, that he has to align what the Committee on Catering was as equal as any other committee, Honorable Speaker. Therefore, as strong as he was, I want to commend and say, may his soul rest in eternal peace. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Nikolong.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on my behalf and the people of Turkana East, I wish to send my condolences to the two families of our late brothers. Madam Speaker, if I can just say something about the late Lagat. Honorable Speaker, I was the Honorable Lagat in this house in 2013 to 2017. I remember one time when we were just taking tear lunch, Honorable Lagat, the late, told me a story of his life, and a story I can't forget in my life as a politician. The late told me about his life, going to the constituency every Friday, and he normally go with the youth, and when coming back, they are the youth who facilitate him to come back to Parliament every month.
Honorable Mwafrika member for Roysambu. It's 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. Also to join my colleagues to condole the families of the departed leaders who served in this house. Madam Speaker, FT Nyamu is on record of acquiring Wrongman Kenya Limited, which later became the Wronghorn Publishers. He contributed a lot to the education of this country, and Longhorn Publishers is known to have published several Kiswahili books like Kiswahili Mufti. May their souls rest in eternal peace.
Honorable Kuria Kimani.
Asante Speaker, yangu ni kuchukua nafasi hii kutoa wasia wangu kwa jamii ya familia hawa waheshimiwa wawili ambao wamepoteza maisha yao. Nafikiri ni kumbusho kwa sisi wote ya kwamba sisi wote mili hii si yetu, tuko katika safarini, na wakati mwenye mili hii atakaposema wakati umefika, basi haitakuwa budi basi ila sisi kuondoka kwenda kwa dunia ambayo hatuijui, ambayo tunaambiliwa. Kwa hivyo ni wakati wetu kukumbusha kujiandaa kila siku, kujihusisha na wenzetu katika mambo ambayo ni ya manufaa kwa jamii, kwa Mwenyezi Mungu na kwa familia zetu, na kila siku kumbuka kwamba wakati tu ndio haujafika, lakini pindi wakati huo ukifika sisi wote tutaondoka. Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker.
Kaluma, Honorable Kaluma.
Honorable Speaker, I register on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Homa Bay Town constituency my deepest and heartfelt condolences on the passing on of the two of our former colleagues. Honorable Speaker, I knew FT Nyamu, I remember in the 10th Parliament, and I knew him at a time we were studying at the Faculty of Law, which was just across the road from an enterprise yard, which by that time I remember was called Kenya School of Professional Studies. My most sincere, and Kenya School of Professional Studies, I remember later became Inorero University. I want to condole the family and pray for God's strength for the family of FT Nyamu. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Elijah Lagat, we served with him in the 11th Parliament here, a very amiable, very humble, very patriotic, very jovial, ever laughing in his interactions, nothing hard. And I remember, Honorable Speaker, when we approached the 2017 elections, at a time, Honorable Speaker, nobody in Rift Valley who is a politician would associate with our political formation. Honorable Elijah Lagat hosted me with my party leader, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, in Kapsabet, and he dressed Raila as a traditional leader of the Nandi community. May his soul rest in peace. May our good Lord comfort and strengthen the family of Elijah Lagat and, of course, the family of FT Nyamwe. Thank you, Honorable.
Honorable Mawadhe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also join my colleagues in condoling with the families of our bereaved, our late brothers, our former colleagues. And I was aware of, I knew a little bit of Honorable FT Nyamu, the proprietor of the Longhorns Publishers, and we wish to pass our condolences to both families. May the Almighty God give them strength during these grieving times and tough times for them. Thank you.
Farah, Honorable Farah.
Madam Speaker, I also condole with the families of the two great leaders, former members of Parliament. I have had the pleasure of being a friend to FT Nyamo for well over 25 years. And long before he even became a member of Parliament for Tetu, and he was in the finance sector. I come from a constituency that has directly benefited from his support through Longhorn Publishers. I heard a lot about our other gallant MP Elijah Lagat, because he served this country in the manner he served. He brought us prestige and image and a lot of medals. So I want to condole with their families, both of the families. I want to tell the wife, Mjane wa Ndugietu FT Nyamo, who is known to me, Halima Shaia, to bear this loss, and we wish you all the best in your future.
Honorable members, we shall have a moment of silence for our fallen colleagues. May we all be upstanding. May their souls rest in eternal peace. Next order.
Order number 8, Committee of the Whole House.
How do you get this? Order, honorable members. Honorable members, we are dealing, this is a committee stage for the Virtual Asset Services Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Yes, Honorable Kimani? You're supposed to move a deletion.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 be deleted as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this proposed amendment deletes the definition of the term virtual asset service providers, which has been provided for in clause 2 of the bill. So since this has already been provided for in clause 2, that's why you don't need to have it in clause 3. And that's why we are proposing a deletion of clause 3 of the bill.
I propose that the question that clause 3 be deleted as proposed. I now put the question that clause 3 be deleted as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say aye? The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
Honorable members, I propose that the question that clause 4 be part of the bill.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. As many of the opinion say aye? Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
I propose that the question that clause 5 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 5 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this proposed amendment is a cleanup to the amendment. I think the drafters of the bill were using the old language for avoidance of doubt, which is no longer used on legal drafting. And therefore, this amendment is now seeking to delete the words for avoidance of doubt, which appears in the introductory remarks. This amendment also seeks to exclude the virtual asset tokens from the Act. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I now propose that clause 4, sorry, I now propose that clause 5 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. As many of the opinion say aye? As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
I propose that the question that clause 6 be part of the bill.
The question.
There is no amendment to clause 6. Now, I now put the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7. Clause 7.
So,
I propose the question.
There's an amendment to clause 7.
Yes, I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 7 be amended as per the order paper. This proposed amendment is seeking to delete the obligation of regulatory authorities to provide feedback to the virtual assets service providers on matters of detecting and reporting suspicious activities. Honorable Chair, this is because this particular provision proposed in clause 7 has already been provided for under clause 33(2) of the bill, and therefore there is no need to repeat it in clause 7. Therefore, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. As many of the opinion say aye? Aye. As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill.
I now put the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Chairperson, mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 9 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment is seeking to do a cleanup for the provisions of clause 9 so that it provides for a proper order and logical flow. So it's just a matter of providing for order and logical flow. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 9, as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Move the amendment.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 10 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment is seeking to do a cleanup. It's providing for subclause 1 for permissible activities under this Act. So, we're proposing to delete subclause 1 and substituting, therefore, with a new subclause 1, which reads in verbatim, the permissible activities under this Act are as set out in first schedule to this Act. So it's not just a cleanup, it's also providing in subclause 1 for permissible activities that would be allowed under this law. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 10 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 10 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 11 be amended as per the order paper. Again, Honorable Chair, this deletion of subclause 1 and substituting with a new clause as provided for in the order paper is providing for a cleanup and also seeking to do a proper and logical flow. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Any debate? I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
The Honorable Russell, you have an issue? Before I...
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Yes.
Considering this is a very important bill, this particular amendment is to confirm that the idea of virtual business has to be within a controlled space through an authority, through the cabinet secretary, so that individuals, it doesn't matter in which part of the world they are, so long as they are doing business in Kenya, then somebody must be watching over their back. Thank you, Chairman.
I now put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 11 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? As many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill. Mover?
13.
Yes, 13.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 13 be amended as per the order paper. You're proposing, Honorable Chair, that clause 13 of the bill be amended in subclause 5 by deleting the words that person appearing immediately after provisions of subsection 2 or 3. Honorable Chair, this is a cleanup so that there is proper logical flow of that particular clause.
I propose the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. Any debate?
For the question?
I now put the question that clause 13 be amended as proposed. As many of the opponents say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrapponents say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 13 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrapponents say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill.
For the question?
I now put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Mover.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 15 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, even though we really appreciate National Treasury for this very, very important bill, we all agree that this is one of the most poorly drafted bills that the committee has handled. We had to do really a lot of cleanup. Mistakes that should not really have found themselves in the publication of a bill. And just to give an example of this, Honorable Chair, clause 15, if you read, it says, a license granted under this act shall not be transferred or assigned without prior written approval of the relevant regulatory authority. And subclause 2, any person who contravenes the provisions of the subsection 1, that person shall be liable to the administrative penalty specified under section 42F. The words, that person shall, is not really relevant in that particular clause, Mr. Speaker. And that's why now we're proposing that we delete the words, that person, and therefore the clause will read, therefore, if this House agrees with this amendment, that any person who contravenes the provisions of the subsection 1 shall be liable to the administrative penalty specified under section 42F. And therefore the words, that person, are not completely, they're not at all relevant in this particular clause. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Any debate? I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 15 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 16.
I propose the question that clause 16 be part of the bill. Mover.
Again, Honorable Chair, this is again a cleanup to clause 16, which reads, the relevant regulatory authority may suspend, vary, or revoke a virtual asset service provider license where it is of the opinion that, and provides for those conditions. But, Honorable Chair, it's common sense that the law talks about virtual asset service providers, and therefore the use of the words a virtual asset service provider are completely unnecessary in this particular clause. And that's why now we're proposing to delete the words virtual asset service provider so that the law will read, the relevant regulatory authority may suspend, vary, or revoke a license where it is of opinion that, and provides now for those particular conditions. I'd like to move on, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed. Yes, Honorable Kaluma.
Yeah, Chair, I support the proposed amendment by the Chair. And Chair, if you look at clause 16.1, which is being amended, I would ask that when looking at it, we also look at it with the definition of license. And under clause 2, license is defined to mean a virtual asset service provider license. So you cannot again repeat virtual service provider license. We just use license, so we delete virtual service provider, Chair. I support.
I now put the question that clause 16 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 16 be amended as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 17.
I propose the question that clause 17 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 17 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 17(1) be amended in paragraph D by deleting the word send, appearing immediately after the words notification to be, and substituting therefore with the word sent. Honorable Chair, again, this is a cleanup of really very errors that should never have found themselves in such a piece of law. Where, if you read paragraph D, it says, 17(1) says, a licensee may surrender its license by giving a prior notice for surrender accomplished by the following information. So D, the notification to be sent to clients as at the surrender. You know, you cannot say that the notification shall be sent. The correct verb to use there would be shall be sent. And therefore, we are now deleting that word send and replacing therefore with the word sent to correct that particular grammatical error. Again, an error that should have never found itself in the publication of such a very important bill. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Any debate?
For the question.
I now put the question that clause 17 be amended as proposed. Will as many as those proponents say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 17 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 18, 19, and 20.
I propose the question that clauses 18, 19, and 20 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 18, 19, and 20 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 21.
I propose the question that clause 21 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 21 be amended as follows, that clause 21 be amended in A, in subclause 1, by deleting the word subsection 2, and in subclause 4, by deleting the words that person appearing immediately after the words provisions of this particular section. And therefore, Honorable Chair, again, this is just a cleanup to make sure that this law has not just we correct the grammatical errors on the bill, but also ensure that the bill has logical flow. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 21, I propose a question that clause 21 be amended as proposed.
For the question.
I now put the question that clause 21 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 21 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 22, 23, and 24.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 22, 23, and 24 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 22, 23, and 24 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 25.
I propose the question that clause 25 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 25 be amended in A, in paragraph E, by deleting the words anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism finance, and something therefore with the words AML, CFT / CPF, and in paragraph and B, in paragraph S, by deleting the words comply, and something therefore with the word complies immediately after subparagraph 4. So in A, Honorable Chair, the words anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism are easily substituted with the initials, abbreviations, AML / CFT / CPF. And you'll find that in other places in the bill where we are referring to anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism finance, we use the abbreviations AML or CFT or CPF, and therefore we don't need again for the sake of consistency. That's why now we are deleting the words anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism finance and deleting that with the abbreviations. And in paragraph B, by deleting the word comply, to replace it with the word complies to make sure that it's grammatically correct. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed. Any debate? Yes. Honorable Kaluma.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, I support the amendment in clause 25B, but Honorable Chair, I don't agree with the proposed amendment by way of clause 25A. This is because, Chair, if you look at clause 2, the abbreviations herein are not defined unless they are proposed to be defined in the committee's amendment. What is defined in clause 2, Honorable Chair, is anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism finance, which is what we are seeking to delete for an abbreviation, which, unless specifically defined, Honorable Chair, may be abbreviations for other things according to the people using them. So this I would request the Chair to drop, unless, of course, we are taking the abbreviations to clause 2, not the whole phrase.
The Honorable Muba.
Honorable Chair, I thank you very much, Honorable Kaluma, for your remarks and for your very keen observation. You'll notice that later on, we'll be moving an amendment to clause 2 to provide for definitions of those particular abbreviations. So it's just that for the floor of the committee of the whole house, we don't start with clause 2, but ordinarily then we'll have started the definition and then now moving to clause 3. But even if you check on the other paper, we are proposing amendment to clause 2 to provide now for definitions of AML and CFT and CPF to mean anti-money laundering, countering the finance of terrorism, and countering proliferation financing.
You in agreement? I propose the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed.
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 25 be amended as proposed. Will as many as appear and say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as contrary appear and say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 25 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that appearance say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as are of the contrary appearance say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 26 and 27.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 26 and 27 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 26 and 27 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 28.
Honorable members, I propose that the question that clause 28 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 28 be amended in the bill in clause 5, bringing the words "that person" appearing immediately after the words "provisions of subsection 1 or 4" in this section. Honorable Chair, if I read out that particular section, it is a person who contravenes the provisions of subsection 1 or 4 of this section, that person commits an offense. And so we are proposing to delete the words "that person" so that the law will read a person who contravenes the provisions of subsection 1 or 4 of this section commits an offense and is liable upon conviction to a fine or imprisonment or to both as specified in section 41(1). Honorable Chair, the words "that person" is not at all relevant in this particular law, and that's why we are now proposing the addition of the word "that person" so that we have a better drafting language for this particular law.
I propose a question that clause 28 be amended as proposed. Any debate? I now put the question that clause 28 be amended as proposed. Will as many as the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 28 be as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill.
Put the question.
I now put the question that the clauses 29, 30, 31, and 32 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Mover?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 33 be amended as per the order paper. Again, this is a matter as we have debated earlier and raised as a point of concern by the Honorable MP for Homa Bay, the Honorable Peter Kaluma, on the use of abbreviations AML, CFT, and CPF to mean anti-money laundering, counter-finance terrorism, and counter proliferation financing, respectively. So by deleting now the use of the words in full to using the words of to replacing that using abbreviations, and again, without belaboring, this new abbreviations will be defined by an amendment that we are going to introduce later in this particular session by an amendment to clause 2 of the bill.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. Will as many as the opponent say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as the contrary opponent say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 33 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as the opponent say aye? Will as many as the contrary opponent say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 34.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 34 be part of the bill. Mover?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 34 be amended as per the order paper. Again, this is replacing the words anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism financing, and counter-proliferation of funds with abbreviations AML/CFT and /CPF respectively, as discussed earlier in the previous amendment that we just approved on clause 33.
I now propose the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed.
For the question.
I now put the question that clause 34 be amended as proposed. Will as many as the opponent say aye?
Aye.
Will as many as the contrary opponent say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 34 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as the opponent say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opponent say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 35.
I propose the question that clause 35 be part of the bill. Mover?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 35 be amended in subclause 2 by reading the words for avoidance of doubt, in subclause 6 by reading the words that person appearing immediately after the words false or misleading, in subclause 7 by reading the words that person appearing immediately after words subsection 1, 2, 3, and 4. Again, this is as per the explanation I've given earlier. The use of the words that person is not relevant at all in this particular legislative proposal. And secondly, the use of for avoidance of doubt is language that was used in ancient legal drafting language, and which is no longer used now in drafting language. Therefore, we are now proposing to delete the words for avoidance of doubt. For example, in clause 5.2, to lead a natural person shall not be liable to promote or issue a virtue asset offering in or from Kenya. And by now, after now deleting the words for avoidance of doubt, I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Yes, Kaluma.
Yeah, Chair, I support the amendment. Chair, it appears the drafting of clause 35 was by a person in judicial office or formally in judicial office. In terms of legal drafting, we don't make emphasis by starting, obligations by saying for the avoidance of doubt. We directly speak the legal position that should obligate. And so the deletion of for the avoidance of doubt will leave us with the natural person shall not be eligible to promote or issue, so that you are directly indicating an obligation and offering guidance by way of law. The others, of course, are for cleaner purposes. I support.
You support the amendment?
Yeah.
I now put the question that clause 35 be amended as proposed. Will as many as the opponent say aye? Will as many as the contrary opponent say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 35 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as are of that opinion say aye? Will as many as are of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 36, 37, and 38.
I propose the question that clauses 36, 37, and 38 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 36, 37, and 38 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opponents say aye? Will as many of the contrary opponents say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 39.
I propose the question that clause 39 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 39 of the bill be amended to subclause 6 by deleting the words "that person" appearing immediately after the words "false" or "misleading." And again, this is the deletion of the word "that person" because it's not relevant at all in the current and modern legal drafting language. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Fair enough. I propose the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. I now put the question that clause 39 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opponents say aye? Will as many of the contrary opponents say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 40, 41.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49 be part of the bill. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 50.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 50 be amended by deleting subsection 2 and submitting therefore with the following new section 2 without prejudice to generate of section 1. The delegations made under this act may describe the form of application. It's quite a long amendment. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that this particular amendment be amended as per the order paper. And the reasoning is we are providing for a very comprehensive amendments to make provisions and give powers to the Cabinet Secretary so that the Cabinet Secretary is able to make regulations to operationalize this act. This bill is seeking to regulate a very new era of virtual asset ecosystem. In that regard, we are now amending the bill to allow the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations to provide for matters such as, and not limited to, the insurance requirements for various categories of virtual asset requirements, for initial coin offering, requirements for listing tokenized assets on security exchange, and requirements for issuance and use of stable coins. Honorable Chair, the whole ecosystem of virtual assets involves stable coins, it involves the exchanges, it involves initial coin offering, and also the conversion of virtual assets into fiat currency. And therefore, all these processes are so technical that they need a legal provision which is not possible to provide in a piece of legislative, in a piece of law, and therefore can only be provided for in regulations. So this particular amendment is now giving power to the Cabinet Secretary responsible for matters of National Treasury to make regulations to guide and to regulate this particular ecosystem of virtual assets as explained. I beg to move, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed. Yes, Kaluma.
Chair, the power to make law lies with this Parliament, and in very specified cases, Parliament can donate that power to regulation-making authorities. And Chair, in terms of the bill, if you look at clause 50, subclause 1, a general power is given. But we are saying in terms of the amendments being proposed at subclause 2, which I support, Honorable Chair, that being a donated power, Parliament must specify to the authority matters over which the authority can, exercise that power. That enables, Parliament to keep control. And so by the amendments to subclause 2, We are expanding the scope of matters over which Parliament is donating powers for purposes of regulation making, while also excluding a few which were initially given Honorable Chair, which are powers which can only be exercised by Parliament for purposes of, control of that delegated authority. Therefore, support, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Raso. Honorable Raso.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I would support this particular
amendment
on a limb. Regulation is what operationalizes a law, whether it is existing or whether it is being crafted. And I think in this particular case, we can only give ground as lawmakers in this land that to first put this law before our people, then we can have this regulation as crafted alongside the suggested amendment. But going forward in the future, considering this is a new environment, the idea of virtual assets is a new environment, not just in Kenya, but around the world. So for that reason, we would expect that the Cabinet Secretary must come up with drafts of regulation for this particular management of these assets, because it is really about finance. And it is a living thing. It will keep on growing. If we are just going to attach it to a parent law, then it simply means we'll be amending it every other time. I hope the chairman has noted my concern, but for now, I support it. Thank you, Chairman.
Chairman.
Honorable Chair, I read not with concern the remarks raised by the honorable member. And yes, in fact, we actually delayed a bit in terms of tabling a report of this House and approving these amendments so that we could seek concurrence with the National Treasury and the Central Bank and the stakeholders on particular matters. Because sometimes we feel that when some particular gaps are left to be filled through regulations. And remember, Honorable Chair, maybe in future even this House may seek to amend our standing orders to change where regulations go, because regulations are approved by the Committee on Delegated Legislation. And so, and now, remember, the Committee on Delegated Legislation has not dealt with the bill in the first place, and therefore they are bombarded with something of a new sector. And every regulations in this House, whether it's about health, finance, transport, water, agriculture, goes to the same committee. Honorable Chair, it is common sense that you cannot be an authority in all these fields. And therefore, Honorable Chair, we stand a risk of some regulations being passed in this House in a way that maybe they would have been done better. And remember, again, our standing orders say that we cannot amend regulations. So they're either approved as they are or rejected totality. And therefore, this is a lacuna that we need perhaps to rethink as this House and think how we can fix it. But now, leaving such serious decisions that have even key impact, including on our fiscal and monetary policy, such as the issuance of stable coins and all that, being left to be operationalized through a regulation, I think is a big gap in itself that this House should endeavor to fix. But I agree with the sentiments raised in the Honorable Chair, and it's something that the Committee on Finance and National Planning is seriously considering in the future. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, where? Proceed.
Thank you very
David,
much. Thank you very
Bonnie.
much. Yeah, thank you very much. I think, as Chair said earlier, this bill was poorly drafted. And Chair, this is a very new area. I think in Africa, we are the third country which is having this kind of law in Africa. And even when you look at even developed countries like US, they just enacted a law on virtual assets. So because the law is evolving, and this sector is very new and is evolving, I think we can take whatever it is here as we think of amending the law as new issues evolve. Thank you very, very much, Chair.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed. Now, honorable members, I now put the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed. Will as many as the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? I put the question and the ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 50 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 45A.
I'm calling on the mover to move second reading of new clause.
Okay. Honorable Chair, on behalf of the minority leader, I beg to move that new clause 45A be now read a second time. Honorable Chair, this particular amendment is providing that the Cabinet Secretary may appoint as a suitably qualified person as an agent to trace any transaction undertaken on digital marketplace, including and not limited to virtual assets by a person, whether resident or non-resident, to ascertain the income which accrued in or derived from Kenya for purposes of computation and collection of unpaid tax arising from that particular transaction. Honorable Chair, this particular amendment is providing for further sealing of loopholes, again, as debated by this House, because this issue of virtual assets is a very, very new sector. And therefore, there are risks, for example, on misuse, on tax avoidance, and therefore, this amendment is giving powers to the Cabinet Secretary where they feel it's necessary that they may appoint a different agent rather than the regulatory authority to track any measures that might feel that they are leading to loss of taxes. Having discussed this with my leader of majority party, we are in agreement that the proposed amendment by our minority leader, the Honorable Junet Mohammed, is quite in order, and we support this particular amendment. Honorable Chair, the issue of virtual assets is something that should really concern us as Kenyans. You know, this year alone, it is estimated that Kenyans hold around $1.2 trillion worth of virtual assets. And this is completely unregulated. Honorable Chair, you know, to transfer Kenya shillings 1 million from my account to yours is a whole difficult game. You know, you have to fill all this KYC and attach receipts and attach agreements and all that. But with the virtual assets that are currently unregulated, it's possible to send you 1 trillion shillings on a virtual asset space, just like this, without any regulatory framework or anything. And Honorable Chair, this House now becomes the first among the first in Africa, I think the first after South Africa and Ghana, to pass a legislative framework on virtual assets. And therefore, it's not just a very welcome idea, it's going to help us really cover the issues of anti-terrorism and counter and purification of funds and anti-money laundering, Honorable Chair, but also most importantly, open an avenue for job creation and having other institutions that are engaged in virtual assets to come and set up in Kenya and expand to the rest of Africa. And that, in those few remarks, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the amendment be now read a second time and agree with this amendment proposed by the leader of minority.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 45A I propose a question that new clause 45A be now read a second time. Yes, Kaluma?
Chair, I oppose this particular amendment. And Chair, I do so on a number of reasons. First, Chair, if the members were to look at what is in Clause 6, at subclause B, in fact, the whole of Clause 6, the relevant regulatory authorities are stated to be the Capital Markets Authority, the Central Bank, and Chair, if you look at C, any other public body established under a written law that the Cabinet Secretary may, by notice in the Kenya Gazette, designate as such. Designate as such. And so my understanding, Chair, is that the provision being created under the proposed new clause 45A, and I'm saying this to the members, though it is so wordy and long, does not add anything to the larger provision already provided in Clause 6, subclause C, which empowers the Cabinet Secretary to designate any other person to do so. And then unless therefore, Chair, anything additional that would be achieved by this is demonstrated, Honorable Chair, as not already in Clause 6, I would urge the members that we reject this proposed amendment for superfluity. The power sought to be donated is already in the Act. In any event, beyond being superfluous, Chair, Honorable Chair, we will have a situation whereby this law, if enacted, at what would be Section 6, you are specifying the bodies which are in charge of the regulations under the Act, and then parallel to the law, because of a provision being newly created, the Cabinet Secretary is also going to appoint agents whom, Honorable Chair, under the authorities of this Parliament, we may not directly, oversight. It will create confusion, and it is unfortunate the minority leader is not in. I'm happy our chair of the committee, and I serve in this committee, has moved it well, but really, this is an amendment to be dropped, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Mboni?
I think I tend to disagree with the Honorable Karuma, because Clause 6 is talking about the bodies or the institutions which are going to regulate the partial assets providers. And we are talking about Capital Market Authority and Central Bank of Kenya. And any other body which established under written law by that the Cabinet may, or by notice of the Kenya Gazette, designate as such. But you see, when you look at the new clause 45A, it's talking about tax collection. Tax collection. It's talking about where KRA is not able, for any reason or any ground, can appoint an agent to collect that tax on behalf of KRA. I think it's very clear that the other one is talking about legislative authorities. The new one is talking about taxes. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Bowen.
Chair, maybe we can, the Chair of Finance, on behalf of the Leader of Majority, can expound what is the input of this new clause 45. Because from what I look at the bill, the clause 45 is about access to and maintenance of a client transaction records. And Section 6 is about the regulation. So maybe if you can expound a bit, what is the input, so that you can give us the benefit of doubt.
Honorable Raso.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I beg to support this particular proposal in this law. When we are making laws in this House, we are not just going to look at what is available or what is provided. In this particular case, what the Cabinet Secretary is requesting, give me additional tools so that if there are seepages in tax collection, then I will have tools in my toolbox to be able to get to those individuals. And in this particular case, he's saying he wants to appoint agents, an agent or agents. But my initial concern,
Order, honorable members, could you listen to Honorable Rasso so that you have an enriched. Okay, proceed, Honorable Rasso.
Honorable Chairman, when initially I looked at it, from the face of it, that it is possible for the Cabinet Secretary to just pick his friends or his business partners to be the agents who will be collecting tax on his behalf. But looking at it deeper, and also looking at subclause 5, the Cabinet Secretary may make regulation prescribing the qualification for appointment as an agent. So it's not just going to be any other person. That person will actually be sought through vigorous interrogation if they will be able to do this particular work. Proportion of tax proceeds, how much they are likely to get from what they will have collected. So it does not in any way superimpose those other agencies or institutions. You are simply giving him more tools to be able to prevent any seepages within those who should be taxed. Thank you, Chairman.
Yes, Kajwang.
Yeah, I haven't spoken, and that does not mean that I don't have anything.
Proceed.
Mr. Chairman, let us be careful here. There are two things that comes to my mind. Number one is that the proposer of this amendment is not on the floor, is not in the chamber, and the chair has not given you a letter of authority to prosecute this amendment, number one, on standing orders. But number two, I would have wished that he was here to explain some of the things that are boggling up our minds. Who is an agent? It's not defined in that amendment. Does it have the meaning in the Law of Contract Act? Does it have the meaning in the law of agency? Does it have the meaning of the law of company law? That must be provided for. If not, it is going to be a window for corruption. Because then the person appointing the agent may appoint somebody who is not competent under the law to be an agent. So that word is not used in its customary way. It is used in a legal context which needs definition so that we know whom an agent is. Thank you.
Yes, Mboni.
Chair, looking at 45A, 4, the definition of digital marketplace, I don't think we need it here. Maybe we can take it to clause 2, but looking at the bill, I've not seen anywhere where the word digital marketplace is being used. But basically, I don't think we can have it here. We can take it to clause 2, where the definitions are hard.
So you don't think this course is necessary at this stage?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you have the floor.
Because I know my chair.
Honorable you have the floor, yes.
Yes, the chair of my committee, I know when opposition is reasonable, we'll act accordingly. Chair, if you see what is being proposed here, is tracing and determination of due taxes. And it is being proposed that there are circumstances where the cabinet secretary can decide without any defined criteria in the provision, okay, to appoint somebody, having so determined, Honorable Chair, that the Commissioner General may not be capable of tracing. And so you appoint somebody away from the Kenya Revenue Authority, which can be oversighted, to anybody, a blank check. What if you are doing legitimate business, Honorable Chair, and you are met by a person harassing you, Chair, from the ATPU or any other organization telling you you've been receiving money and then we deal with it. And Chair, I say this as a practitioner. I had a very good friend of mine who was killed very casually on claim that he was a terrorist, a guy who had no link at all. We don't want a situation where you'd, just use people for offices where they don't fall clearly. You delegate the powers of the Commissioner General of Kenya Revenue Authority or the authority itself to bodies that then taxation will not be harmonized, and you'll have people harassing one another all over for reasons you cannot determine. Chair, I've litigated some of these matters. I would request honorable members, when we have clear provisions under the law allowing a procedural determination of regulatory authorities, whether it is taxes around the digital space or whatever, so clearly defined as it is in Clause 6, we don't allow space that may be abused to pursue ends other than what we contemplate in this acceptably, Honorable Chair, novel law. This one I would urge the members we reject.
On a Kazari Chair is not supposed to have an opinion on this, but on a Kazari, look at that. It says here, an agent appointed under the section may retain, may is optional. Proceeds of any taxes recovered upon tracing by agent such amount to not exceeding. From the beginning it says may, so it's and then it goes ahead and says the Cabinet Secretary may make regulations prescribing the qualifications, prescribing the proportion of tax proceeds to be retained by an agent upon tracing of assets. Are you sure you're not going to create people who will be such a powerful busybodies that you just basically look? Yeah. I mean, you're running on a wild goose chase and extorting money from. Anyway, proceed. You're the one who.
Honorable Chair, I do share with the sentiments raised by the honorable members and their concerns. But let me also raise a matter of fact that this issue of virtual assets, one is assets you cannot physically trace. They are virtual. They are somewhere there on the clouds, using very complex blockchain technology that even getting to the visibility of them is almost impossible. An example, Honorable Chair, one of the most popular cryptos is Bitcoins. Up to today, it is not known who the owner of Bitcoin is. And yet, one Bitcoin is trading at around 11 million shillings now. 11 million shillings. 13 million shillings. And we cannot physically trace who is this owner of this particular Bitcoin, Honorable Chair. There are particular skills like what we call layering, for example, Honorable Chair, that's used to disguise the system. In Africa, Honorable Chair, as I explained earlier, Kenya will be among the top 5 countries, if not top 3, to come up with a legal framework on virtual assets. So what happens when a Kenyan trader is trading with a Ugandan trader or a Tanzanian trader or an Egyptian trader or a Morocco trader where there doesn't exist legal provisions? And therefore, information sharing and things like what you have, like laws that we have, for example, on OECD countries, on for example, base erosion and profit shifting, where we have now agreements among countries to prevention of profit of base erosion and base erosion and profit shifting exists. There doesn't exist any legal provision for this, Honorable Chair. And therefore, this provision, and that's why the use of the language may is very deliberate. We're not saying shall. We are saying in the event that there is no capacity and there is a requirement of particular skill that is not contained in the 2 regulatory authorities available, the 3 regulatory authorities, both KRA and CBK and CMA, then that particular skill can be sought by other entities. So I really beg to the House that there is no harm in this particular regulation, and the use of that may is very deliberate. I beg.
Yeah, but you still haven't, Anyway, let me, I'm on the chair, so I can't have, yes, Honorable Kaluma.
And I request my chair, if you look at clause 6,
yes,
because of the regulatory authorities, the clause 6 in the bill, clause 6C,
yes,
even where other authorities or other bodies may be designated,
yes,
there are conditions being clearly attached.
yes,
That number one, the bodies that may be so designated shall be public bodies. It's a public body.
Indeed.
It's a condition.
Indeed.
And there is a reason for that.
Indeed.
These are body you can oversight if they are overreaching as the representatives of the people under Article 95. Yeah. The other thing that is inbuilt there is that that public body shall be published in the Gazette so that you know when it comes to you. What is being proposed here is that the Cabinet Secretary will be nominating, in fact appointing, any qualified person, not necessarily a public body, not a public officer, and you'll have an individual, a private person harassing people there with powers that, Honorable Chair, my chair, I've done very many cases where people have been killed very casually and families destroyed by such leeway. So I would request we drop this, or Chair, we put the question.
Honorable Kimani, I know you're not a lawyer. Order. I know you're not a lawyer, but if you read section 6, it says the following entities shall be the relevant regulatory authorities for the purpose of this act. Regulatory authorities, yeah? It says the capital markets, the central bank, and any other public body established under written law that the Cabinet Secretary may, by notice, designate as such. I see the conflict of... Yes, do you wish to withdraw or you...
Again, Honorable Chair, I've really tried to explain this particular concept. If you check, even in the drafting of this particular law, you can find the number of amendments we've had to do. And most of us, if you're honest in this room, even for me moving this particular bill, have had to spend a lot of hours trying to read and research about this particular space of virtual assets. Check the average age of our counterparts in these particular regulatory bodies and the users of this particular virtual assets. These particular assets are people between the age of 17 and 30 years. Honorable Chair, most of us in this room, very few of us, I think, will have any virtual asset wallets or bitcoins or these particular cryptos. And I would say the same of our staff, including at the Markets Authority and at the Central Bank of Kenya. In fact, Honorable Chair, our initial thinking, which we really differed with CBK, was that this particular mandate should have been delegated to a completely new regulatory authority that has a correct expertise. Because evidence has shown mixing old finance with new finance always creates problems. And we are saying, what is the harm in giving the Cabinet Secretary powers to, in the event there's a particular skill set that's not contained by CBK or CMA, then we can resort for that particular service. It has been done by other particular entities. So I really beg to have this house. There is no harm in giving these powers.
Bowen, and then followed by the MP for...
I don't know why the Honorable Chair is really struggling to explain this, because you have already read very clear, and it is written, the institutions, the regulatory authorities are provided.
Absolutely.
And when, Honorable Speaker, it reaches at that time where we have some difficult, maybe in this regulation, the same institutions here, even Parliament, we normally advertise for consultancies. There are some consultants which, because there are some things we may not do as a Parliament. So these same regulatory institutions, the capital market authorities, the central bank, or any other public body, at that time, they should now seek for consultants, the specialists, not the cabinet secretary. We can ask the central bank at that time to say, okay, look for a specialist who can understand this field and give us a proper regulation.
It also says, you go down and says, the appointment of an agent under subsection shall be made in the opinion. You want to just confine yourself to opinion of an individual, of the Cabinet Secretary, the Commissioner General of KRA, is unable on reasonable grounds to trace such. Supposing the Commissioner General of says, no, I am able to do that. You know what I mean? Yes.
First member of the board of Central Bank of Kenya.
Yes.
Was very weak in so many areas. By the way, the only reason we approved him was that he was an expert in this digital or virtual asset space. And that is why we are being clear about public institutions. We cannot delegate such monumental power, such drastic power, Honorable Chair, from public officers, from public institutions to a private individual determined to be qualified unilaterally and capriciously by another person. And we cannot delegate the authority of Kenya Revenue Authority and these bodies. They have the powers, as Honorable Kangogo says, to delegate if they don't have the expertise they need under their
MP for Kwanza, you have something to add before I put the question?
Yeah, I think I was just saying that given this, by virtue of my background as an economist, and from what our learned friend is talking about, the moment you give this kind of thing, you know, this country, we have a problem of corruption.
Yes.
We have a problem of corruption, and the moment somebody is given a free hand to do anything, I want to take the chair that I think this one should be dropped, because you are just asking anybody. No, I'm talking, leader. I'm talking. I'm on the floor. You are disrupting.
Order, Honorable Kimani and
yes, they are
our
all I'm saying,
distinguished majority leader could use.
Yes, all I'm saying, Chair, I've sat here all along. We've done a lot of corrections and amendments. I agree with the Chair of the Finance. But on this particular one, given the nature of our Kenyans today, I'm sorry, I will not accept this because you will
Honorable
avoid
members,
I now let's drop this. Let's drop this and let me come
you
up
made your point.
with institution.
You made your point.
That.
You made your point. I now put the question: the new clause 45A be now read a second time. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it.
First schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Order, honorable members. I now put the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Will as one opinion say aye? Aye. Will as one contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Second schedule.
I propose the question that the schedule be the schedule of the bill. Mover.
So, Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the second schedule be amended as per the order paper. In the proposed consequential amendment to Section 2 of the Proceeds of Crime and Anti-Money Laundering Act, in proposed definition of virtual assets of service provided by deleting the expression Section 3 and substituting therefore with the words expression in Section 2, and B, in proposed consequential amendments in the Capital Markets Authority by deleting the proposed amendment to Section 2 and deleting therefore with the following new amendment as per the order paper. Again, Honorable Chair, this particular amendment is just a cleanup and to provide for logical flow in the legislative framework, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. I now put the question that the schedule be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that the schedule as amended be the schedule of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Mover. Mover.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that that clause 2 be amended as per the order paper. Honorable Chair, this is a consequential amendment where we were deleting the words anti-money laundering, counter-terrorism finance, and countering provocation financing across the bill and replacing those words with the abbreviations AML/CFT/CPF respectively. Now that you've replaced the words with the abbreviations, now you're providing now for amendment clause 2 by providing a definition of what abbreviations, on those abbreviations mean, so that there is clarity, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Shall I put the question?
Put the question.
I now put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Will Lazmina Topinen say aye?
Aye.
Lazmina Contrapinen say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 2 as amended be part of the bill. Will Lazmina Topinen say aye? Aye. Will Lazmina Contrapinen say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will Lazmina Topinen say aye? Aye. Will Lazmina Contrapinen say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Clause 1. I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will Lazmina Topinen say aye?
Aye.
Will Lazmina Contrapinen say nay? The ayes have it. I'm now calling upon the mover to move the report.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg
to move reporting.
Honorable Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House consideration of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025, and approval therefore with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee will do report to the House its considerations of the Virtual Assets Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will Lazmina Topinen say aye?
Aye.
Will Lazmina Contrapinen say nay? The ayes have it. Oh, you go to the next one.
Those amendments.
Honorable members, we are now going to consider the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025.
Clause 3.
Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Kajwang?
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I see an error on the order paper, which I am sure was a mistake. You see page 2005.
Yes.
Which refers to the amendments by Honorable Member for Samburu West, Lysoda.
She is not in.
And touching the bill. When you look at it, you would think that once we finish with what is on 2404, we would proceed to look at the clauses that are proposed in clause 2 and so on, just because they attach a similar legislation. I need you to pronounce yourself, Mr. Chair, that let us ignore the page 2405 or delete it, because that has to be very clear from the chair, although it's doubted that the chairman in the committee of the whole house can re-alter the order paper. But now we are on this business. I think you have a jurisdiction to pronounce yourself that we are not going to look at what is on page 2405 and over the other page, and that we will stop at page 2404. Thank you. Those are two legislations. They are different.
Indeed, I'm informed that the mover is not there, but I don't know whether she is going to move in anytime between now and when we exhaust 2024.
No, notwithstanding, I'm talking about standing orders, notwithstanding the fact that the member is not here. I'm saying as a matter of principle, even if she was here,
yes,
we wouldn't have dealt with it because I see a mistake which perhaps was done in room 8. And I think I need to clean this as a matter of standing orders. I mean, a matter of the rules and procedure, that you cannot bring a legislation which is different and ask us on committee of the whole House to consider those in another legislation that we are considering. Because these are two different legislations. They were published differently. Public participation were taken differently. The committees themselves were differently. So as a matter of principle, I just want you to pronounce yourself that these matters, we will not consider them, and the member can appear on a different day and prosecute what it is. But as a matter of principle, I think room 8 was wrong to have listed this on the order paper. That's what I'm pursuing.
Okay, it's noted.
Clause 3.
Honourable members, I propose the question that clause 3 be amended, be part of the bill. Mover? Where is the mover for the roads? Yeah, the mover, proceed, yes.
And in terms of...
Move the amendment, yeah.
Honorable Chair, the amendment I thought was being moved by the chairperson.
The chairperson of the transport, you're supposed, Honorable GK. Order, Honorable GK. What happened? You're supposed to move an amendment.
To my senior.
Yeah, proceed.
Yes.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 3 be amended as it is in the order paper. And reason being that the national government is charged with the responsibility for standards of public roads for both levels of government. This amendment, Honorable Chair, seeks to create a consultative mechanism between the relevant county government and the Cabinet Secretary when classifying roads and reviewing the classification of roads.
I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Any debate on that? Yes, Honorable Kaluma.
I concede the amendment is necessary for clarity.
I now put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed. Will as many as opinion say aye? Will as many as opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 3 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many as opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it again.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Is it amended? Yes. I propose the question that clause 4 be part of the bill. Somebody is moving an amendment, is it? On clause 4.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 4 be amended as provided for in the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment seeks to ensure that the road is identified by its classification and code. Thank you.
Yes, the Honorable Majority Leader. I want to propose first, yes. I now propose the question that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Yeah, the Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I beg to support this particular amendment, Honorable Chair. This is a very good amendment, Chair, because it is designating the classified roads and ensuring that Kenyans will be able to know, for instance, the expressway is a national government class A road, and it is the national government that is in charge of maintaining that road. So that people stop hiding behind others, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair. Because what is going on around the country today is roads are not being maintained, roads are not being constructed. And you ask an MC, he tells you, oh, that is a national government road. You ask a member of parliament, he says that's a county road. Now it must be clear to Kenyans who is in charge of what road, so that many of the county roads in our constituencies that are not being maintained, that are dilapidated, Kenyans can know it is their governors who are not doing their work. And those that belong to the national government, I can be asked as a member of parliament. Honorable Chair, in my constituency, I have suffered immensely because the county government simply abandoned the construction of roads. And because members of parliament are the ones who are available to their constituents, governors, you know, are small gods, you can never see them, and even when they visit your constituents, you can never get near them. So it is members of parliament who bear the pain of having to be questioned by the public all the time, even on roads that are under the responsibility of the county government. So this amendment is ensuring that both levels of government, and I've seen it, and I think the chair must have borrowed it from the Republic of South Africa. I know he has very many investments in that country. So if you go to the city of Cape Town, for instance, you see NG1, that's a national government, or one, the code 1, and that's what they are saying, that classification including a level of government. So a national government road probably could be NG, national government, class A, A1. If it's a county government, ECG, class B or class C or class E, CG, E1, E2. That way Kenyans will be clear who is not doing his work. Because we have two complementary levels of government and each have a responsibility, and each level of government now, under this bill, also have resources to maintain roads. So let us know which level of government is not utilizing their money to maintain their roads. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I completely support this amendment.
Would you wish to say something? Okay, Honorable Kajwang.
You know what they do nowadays in county governments? You do a road, either Kura or Kera does a road, they come to that road and do paperwork and say that they are the ones who did that road. So if you put a code, in fact, we should even go digital and put something which, if you get a button somewhere, that you cannot be able to get money if you want to do a road which is in the province of other people. But the code is good enough. And we want to know the level of government which is in charge of the maintenance and rehabilitation of those roads. At least in the cities, we are very clear, because this is the source of corruption. Every county government is pitching on things which have been done by Kera, Kora, and doing paperwork and saying that they did those roads. So this is is good sense, and I support.
Yes, Honorable Kimani.
So, Honorable Chair, I want to really thank the Chair for Transport for coming with these amendments, and I agree with the Honorable Kajwang on his proposal, Honorable Chair. It is actually possible to provide for coordinates for start of the road and to finish, and provide that, especially during a time when you're going for e-procurement, Honorable Chair, to provide for the coordinates of that road that's being done, so that by a click of a button, anywhere can check this is the road that was done, and for how much and by whom. And Honorable Chair, you will understand, therefore, even the push by governors to stop the issue of e-procurement. And this is one of the reasons. Because some of the roads and some of the infrastructure that have been built by the national government, including by road agencies like Kura and Kera, are being replicated in terms of payment by counties, Honorable Chair. And therefore, I support this particular amendment and say that we should go further to provide for coordinates for this particular road and how much it costs and who did the road, so that we provide all these leakages in terms of public resources. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Yes, Madam Ayaka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to add on top that every road must have proper quality work done, because there are some roads we find people repairing, but they are just filling the roads with some dust, soil, scratching. Then after scratching, when the rains come, it's swept. So we don't know what Kura or Kera standards are at. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Omanyo, sorry I mentioned Mayaka, and you should be Catherine Omanyo, Member of Parliament for Busia. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4 be amended. Yes, the Honorable Kaluma.
Yeah, Chair, and I request for the attention of the Chair.
Order, Majority Leader and Chair of Finance and Chair of Transport.
Of the committee in charge of. Chair, let me thank the Chair of the Departmental Committee in charge of Transport and Infrastructure for the amendment in terms of clause 1A. It makes it clear that there should be signage to make it clear which level of government has dealt with the road. And I will not reiterate those reasons, Chair, because of my other roles. But Chair, I'm worried about B, and I would request for more information.
B what?
The proposed 1A, B. The proposed 1B, 41B. That road code. And my worry, Chair, and members, is that if you require prior codes, we may not be able to have these relevant road agencies apply the funds, especially to create emergency roads falling within their mandate, which are new, which are not yet existent and coded. I can give you an example, Chair. When we were honored as Homa Bay to host Madaraka, the visiting head of state said the interest of his country is in beekeeping. And so it is decided she is to visit somewhere where beekeeping is going on, and that place has no road. If you require prior coding, it means that access road cannot be established. There should be a whole kind of issue. We have cases in rural constituencies, Honorable Chair, where, let us assume the head of state is visiting you. It has no access road to that place, be it a place of a funeral, like the one we have. Are we saying even with funds, before there is proper coding, these roads agencies, still being accountable, cannot move and prepare the roads? And I was therefore saying that unless that part is well explained, those emergency situations, we may unduly tie the hands of these agencies in terms of the interventions they may need to allow such situations to be addressed.
Let me attempt to answer.
Yes.
Sometimes I get very persuasive to my brother, and I'm sure I will in this case. I want to assuage his concerns. A road, just like a human being or any other thing, should be known by name. A code gives it a name, something peculiar that when you refer to, you can only refer to something which is definite. That is one. Number two, in the subsequent amendments, I am sure he has seen the committee report. The committee report will be classifying those roads. So once the roads have been classified, and once we now know that this is a county road, or this is a national road, or whatever else it is, the examples that he was citing will be categorized in those specific issues, in those specific areas. And then, in the report, there is also another amendment that the chair will move, which says that the cabinet secretary will apply the funds equitably with a criteria, so that if there is a road emergency, the cabinet secretary should apply the funds which are under his disposal to those specific categories of road on emergency basis. So I think that his fears, though legitimate, but I think they are well explained. Thank you.
Bowen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the Honorable Kachwang has said exactly what I wanted to say, that we have emergencies, which do happen. But again, you will find that the ministry has emergency fund. Because sometimes you will find some of our roads, Honorable Speaker, where I come from in Kerio Valley, you will find that all of a sudden when it rains and there is a flood, so the whole road is swept. And sometimes at that point, there is need for an emergency to create an alternative route. So there must be an emergency funds, both at the national and the county government. Number two, Honorable Speaker, there is also some special cases like security roads. So I think for the act, there is need to have regulations whereby where there is an emergency, the regulations gives out a clear guideline on what should be done, or even in a case of a security routes. You go to a case like Baringo, Honorable Speaker, you'll find the national highway from Marikat to Loru. Because of the rise of waters of Lake Baringo, it has completely swallowed the highway. And there was need to have an emergency to create an alternative route. So there must be some emergency fund which can address that kind of disaster.
Komingoi, would you know, we still have another three clauses, and you're a member of the committee, I'm told. Yes. Okay.
It's only on the question of the
proceed.
On the code.
Proceed.
The classification provides for the description of the road. The coding provides for the naming. So to the extent that any road that may not have been there, the provisions of the law is that it can be initiated by the county government or the agency for its classification and coding.
And now put the question, honorable members, that clause 4 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 4 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 5.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move.
Yes.
I beg to move that clause 5 be amended as it is in the order paper. Honorable Chair, this amendment seeks to provide a concise and clear description of the proposed class CU, that's urban roads.
I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Anybody who wants to contribute? Okay, I now put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now put the question that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 6.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 6 be part of the bill. Chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 6 be amended as it is in the order paper. And Honorable Chair, this amendment seeks to provide for an increase in disbursement of the constituency road fund that is administered by KERA, which is an equitable fund.
Yes. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 5, honorable members, I propose the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Anybody? Yes.
Chair, as I said when I was moving this bill, this is a bill that is seriously and ideally a bill for this committee in charge of transport and infrastructure. I want to thank the chair for rationalizing the sharing percentages to realign them to even the new road categories, created like the LM. My request going forward, Chair, is that both this House and the House of the Senate, because this is a bill that will be treated by both Houses of Parliament, realize that these calculations are not arbitrary and they're not based on the equitable share under the Constitution. They're based on roads classified per county, which we have specified in this bill, if so enacted, will be determined, Honorable Chair, by the CS in consultation with the respective county government, so that we don't treat this as arbitrary figures, but it's a very hard calculation. In fact, Chair, despite having been one of the best mathematics students at KCSE level, I was lost when the engineers we sat with were making these calculations, and I thank them. So I wanted to urge that going forward, we don't just approve this, but even if it were to go to the other house, we don't just throw figures, because the calculations are based on actual roads, their length and the funding levels needed to ensure that they are all maintained by both levels of government, the roads agencies and the county governments, for the good of the people of Kenya. I thank you, Chair, and I support the amendment.
Mr. Chairman. Chairman, just to underline the importance.
Yes.
Can I have the mic? Just to underline the importance of this amendment, this is what this assembly has always said. You can see that other than the percentages that my learned friend is talking about, I want to look at Amendment 2B. The board shall not approve any disbursements of funds to a county government unless the county government has met the requirements set out in subsection 3A and B. 3A and B is on page 790 and 791 of the bill. It says that, number one, the county must designate a department or a division responsible for the maintenance, rehabilitation, and development of the county road. Number two, open and maintain a special purpose account in the central bank into which they shall deposit the funds under subsection that. Meaning, now county governments will not, these monies will be conditional grants, which must be applied to the purpose for which they are sent to the counties. And until this is done, they will not avail those monies. Before, monies have been given them, and they have used them for recurrent expenditure and all that kind of thing. So I just want to emphasize that in support of the amendments that we now have on this clause. Thank you.
For the benefit, anybody else? I'll what does exactly the amendment say? Is it a refund? Do they have to do the jobs and then they're refunded for the jobs they've done? Or is after allocation that they have to account for as county governments? You realize I'm a member of, yeah? They cannot?
Central bank will not, the consolidated fund, they will not reach the consolidated fund unless they have satisfied they have satisfied the cabinet secretary that they have done these things.
They've done the job?
Yes. No. Yeah. That they have opened an account, there is a designated person, there is somebody whom we can hold accountable. That is when now they receive the money. Before that, they cannot receive the money.
Anyway. Yes. And I'll put the question that clause 6 be amended as proposed. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. And I'll put the question that clause 6 as amended be part of the bill. Will as many of that opinion say aye? Will as many of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses 2A, 2B, 2C, 2D, 2E, and 2F.
Honorable members, he realizes the member of parliament is not here. The Honorable Naisula is not here to move these amendments. So they are all dropped. They're not being considered.
Clause 2.
Clause 2 is also dropped. Now we will take the honorable members. I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. As many of the opinion say aye. With as many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Title.
This is not the amendment. All the amendments are dropped in for Honorable Naisula. So we're talking about the clause 2 of the bill itself.
Title.
Yes, it's all dropped. So it's superseded, basically. You have self-suffice. I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I now put the question that the title be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye? As many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. I'm going to call on to the mover to move reporting. Where is he?
Mr. Chairman, I have the authority.
You have the authority from the Honorable Kaluma.
Both specific and ostensible authority.
Proceed.
To move this bill.
Okay, move.
The chairperson, I
move
beg
reporting.
to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025, and its approval, therefore,
thereof,
with amendments.
I put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House in its considerations, into its consideration of the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of the opinions say aye? As many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
Where are we starting from?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, in respect of the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, Chairperson to report to the House.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the whole House has considered the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 15 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House do agree with the committee of the said report, and I request the Honorable David Boni, the MP for the great people of Kitui Rural, to second the motion for agreement with the report of the committee of the whole House.
Honorable David Boni.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. As the leader of the majority party.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I beg Honorable Speaker to thank members for this bill, and especially members of the Finance Committee. And as much as the Honorable Boni and the Chair have withstood a lot of heat in consideration of this particular bill, I know, as the Chair was saying, this is a completely new area for many people, including those in some of our regulatory authorities like CBK, the Capital Markets Authority. And I know there was a very strong push to have an independent authority to regulate this sector. But we have agreed with the chair, and I know his sentiments on that particular aspect, that let us also give them an opportunity to see if they will be able to regulate, but also to use this opportunity to ask the Central Bank of Kenya and the Capital Markets Authority to make sure that they are up to speed in ensuring that they do not derail the work of the cryptocurrency industry in any way, to ensure that they also bring themselves up to speed with current ongoings in the field of technology, so that the fears that the committee had expressed and many members of the public who had appeared before the committee had expressed on the inability of CBK and CMA to regulate this particular sector can be preempted by their positive action. And I want to ask them to immediately, upon the passage of this bill, to appraise themselves with all the provisions of this bill, so that they're able to regulate this sector in a way that will enhance the growth of our economy. Because as the chair said, it's a new field, but one that is very good in generating wealth, especially for young tech-savvy Kenyans who are in the cryptocurrency field. Therefore, we can only support them through positive legislation, which we are doing today, and I thank the committee for that and the House for having considered this bill to its conclusion. Thank you.
The Honorable Mangale Chifromodo has stepped out for other duties. I'll defer further consideration of the bill, including putting of the question to the future. The chairperson, in respect of the Kenya Roads Board Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025, to report to the House. The Honorable Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Kenya Roads Amendment number 3 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2025, and approved the same with amendments.
The mover of the bill to move agreement with the report.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Kimogoi to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Komigoi.
Honorable Speaker, I second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Do you have any contributions? I'm seeing Honorable Chifromodo has stepped out on other duties. Honorable members, for the convenience of the House, I have proposed. Did I propose the question? There are situations where the phrase "for the avoidance of doubt" apply. So I propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report.
Put the question.
Yes, honorable members, for the convenience of the House, I will defer further business on the matter of this bill to the future, as and when the House Business Committee will schedule it. And those businesses will include putting the question at all levels of the consideration of the matter. Next order.
Order number 9, motion. Consideration of the 7th report on examination of financial statements of selected state corporations.
Yeah, honorable members, I was requested by the Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture, the Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, to step down the matter appearing under Order number 9 to the future for the consideration of the House. And it's a request I have considered. Next order.
Order number 10, the Intergovernmental Relations Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 12 of 2024. Second reading.
Honorable members, again, I step down the matter appearing under Order number 10 on the request for better consideration and for moving by the mover to a future date as and when the House Business Committee will schedule it for the House's consideration. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, consideration of sessional paper number 5 of 2024 on the National Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework.
Again, the matter appearing under Order number 11 step down for consideration in the future as and when it will be scheduled to come before the House by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 12, motion, consideration of reports of the East African Legislative Assembly at the 4th meeting of the 2nd session of the 5th Assembly.
The matter appearing under Order number 12 is stepped down and deferred to the future for consideration of the House for the convenience of the House. Next order.
Order number 13, motion, consideration of the privileges and immunities, the Global Center for Adaptation, Order 2025.
For the convenience of the House, the matter appearing under Order number 13 is stepped down to be considered by the House in futures and when it will again be listed for House business by the House Business Committee. Thank you, honorable members. Let us be upstanding. That being the last business on the order paper for today, and honorable members, the time being 6:54 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 7th day of October 2025 at 2:30 p.m.